Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed guest speakers, distinguished and lovely guest speakers. I can see we have Mr. Nkodisi Gumede on the call already. Special regards to the president of TAS. I would like to specially welcome everyone to the TAS Symposium for 2024, which has been themed Demystifying Business Policies that enhance the growth and productivity of African entrepreneurs. Today, we gather to explore and unravel the policies that drive success and innovation across the African continent, empowering our entrepreneurs to reach new heights. And I would like to say it is an honor to me to host such a transformative discussion, and I look forward to the insights and strategies that will emerge from our collective expertise and our resourceful guest speakers. My name is Oyeshaki Abiodu Temitope, and I'm going to be your host for today's program. Let me quickly give a brief breakdown of our order of program today, our program outline. So we'll be having the opening prayer by our wonderful CEO of TAS, and that's not other person than Abiola Odesonya. Then the opening remarks by our president. Then we'll have our first guest speaker who is already on the call from the Southern region in Africa. One good thing about today's event is that we'll be having speakers from all 5 regions of Africa. So that shows that we're trying to capture every nooks and crannies of Africa to entrepreneurs and open their eyes to new heights they can actually attain. Then after Mr. Emmanuel Gumede has taken us, we have project launch. Then Jumani Untambalike from the Eastern region of Africa will take us through. Then we have our third speaker, Felicita Aku from the Northern region. Then we have a break. Then Evans Edebo from the Central region of Africa. Then our wonderful president, who is also a guest speaker on today's call, Just Omomoibe, would be taking us from the Western region. Then we have our closing remarks. So once again, I would like to specially welcome our guests and our wonderful speakers to please sit tight. This is another wonderful time to learn, unlearn, relearn, and make impactful insights today. On this note, I would like to call on the CEO of TAS to kindly take us on the opening prayer before we call on our ever resourceful and beautiful president to take our opening remarks. Please welcome Abiola Odesonya as she takes the opening prayer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abiodun. Let's just quickly say a short prayer. Our Father and our God, we thank you. Ancient of days, we worship you. I am that I am, we give you glory. This is the day you have made, and we are rejoicing and we are glad in it. Lord, we ask that you speak through the speakers, Lord, and for those of us that will be listening, Lord, you expand our minds to be able to grasp what you want us to see, what you want us to know concerning Africa in Jesus' name. We ask that you take control, Heavenly Father, and everything we will do and say today will give glory to your name. Thank you, Heavenly Father,
Amen.
for everything. In Jesus' name we
Thank
have
you, Lord.
prayed. Amen.
Amen, 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 in Jesus' name. Thank you very much, Abiola Odesonya, for that wonderful, precise, and condensed prayer. Quickly, before I call on our wonderful president, I would like to just quickly take this time to thank some of our headline sponsors for the 2024 TAS Symposium. I would like to firstly thank Sahara Ventures for their insightful contributions. Also, the Office of Nkondisi Gumede, PABL Solutions. Special thanks to our Northern Region speaker, also to TIP Fellowship, and also the Just eBay Company and the Association of African Startups. On behalf of TAS, I would like to specially thank you all for all the wonderful contributions you've made to make this symposium a success. I pray God in His infinite mercies will continue to guide your businesses, guide your ways in the mighty name of Jesus. Now, I would like to call on our president to quickly come give our opening remarks. Please welcome Just Omomoibe as she takes our opening remarks. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you very much, our dear compare. It is such a delight to be here today. I want to specially welcome every single son and daughter of Africa to 2023, the Association of African Startups Symposium. Before I go further, I would like to thank our esteemed team members led by our delectable COO for the immense contribution and dedication to indeed seeing all African entrepreneurs emerge to who they are meant to be across different endeavors that they are indeed invested in. Thank you also to other members of the team who work tirelessly behind the scenes to make sure that indeed we are able to create platforms like this that pioneer the frontiers of entrepreneurship in Africa. So our guest speakers here today, I indeed welcome you with all my heart. I appreciate and honor you. I thank God for the contributions God is using you to do across the different continents, areas of the continent. Today, it's a very special event because, as I said in one of our conversations with our esteemed partners, I said TAS is positioning to create what looks like a resource bank for Africans and African entrepreneurs to be able to truly build sustainable businesses that would impact our GDP as a continent. And so the summary of the conversations we'll continue to have, it is pushing us towards where it is we're trying to build as a people. Today is no different. We have realized that one of the major issues we have observed with our entrepreneurs as touching their ability to truly build legacy businesses is their disconnectedness from the business environment. So even though they find themselves in this environment, they're very disconnected with everything that makes them entrepreneurs that thrive. And so you would find that very rarely do we have entrepreneurs who are involved in the policies that will be created to help them thrive, as much as even being a part of those who are tweaking and making it better. And so today's conversation is setting the foundation for us entrepreneurs to get involved, for us to begin to understand the different policies, the laws that govern our ease of doing business in every region where we find ourselves, so that each of those policies begin to truly personally pique our interest, and then we begin to sort of critique and add amendments to what governments need to do to help us truly do good business and scale at every level where we find ourselves. So for every entrepreneur who is going to be watching and listening to today's conversation, do not look at it as one of those high-level conversations. You are high level. The idea of today's meeting is to bring out the policymaker in you as an entrepreneur. Because if policies are created for you and you're not in the room when the policies are created, then you're going to be a victim of the business environment you find yourself. But the minute entrepreneurs begin to think about themselves as the actual stakeholders, then you are interested in policy conversations like this, and then you begin to put your hands on the plow to see exactly how you can involve yourself in these conversations that help you create the kind of business environment we truly want to function in. So, 3 things to truly pay attention to in today's conversation. Understand what is going on in your continent by understanding the business, the region where you currently do business. And by understanding, I'm speaking to even just knowing the laws, knowing the policies, understanding the thinking behind these policies. It's not just for information, it's for understanding. When you are then moved from understanding, you begin to think, how does this particular law or policy, how does it hinder my ability to do big business? Because listen, if you don't understand how it hinders your ability to do big business, you cannot go to the president to say, I want us to make amendments here. If all of us as a collective begin to identify the things we want to see change, and we come with one unified voice, I can guarantee you the nations will listen. So today is an attempt to sort of pique your interest so that what is going on in this continent, you are interested. And when I say continent, I'm speaking first to the individual countries where you are at. And then the second level is for you to understand what's going on in other regions. Because if we say we are creating an Africa with an Agenda 2063 where all of us can do business within ourselves, of course, with the formation of AfCFTA and all the other governing bodies within the continent, we are saying we want to be able to create a very synergistic system with which us, as all Africans, can do big business. In order to do so, we have to understand what's going on in our brothers region, in our broader states. That way, we are able to truly easily migrate and vice versa to do business. That's the second part. Then the third part is to truly sort of say, we need to understand that we are more unique to each other than we are different. We are more intrinsically wired together than we are uniquely different. What that means is all of us as Africans, we want the same thing. Yes, we may have our different physiologies, we may have our different, maybe business climates, we may have our different, maybe our mindsets, right? But we intrinsically want the same thing. We want Africa to thrive. We want Africa to continue to prosper. We want Africans to thrive. We want Africans to truly prosper. And that means if we see each other through that lens, by seeking to understand the complexities of our brothers and they also understanding our complexities, it's easy for us to work together at Africa level to truly move us to the global scene effortlessly. I hope that today's conversation is one of those that you personalize very seriously, because we have a lot of work to achieve in this continent. And we see you as the investments that Africa needs to truly achieve this. And I pray that you are committed to putting in the work. When you leave here, I want you to be able to have concise notes on the exactitudes that about it and create a better way to solve this problem. I usually say to my people that you haven't gotten the right to criticize a matter publicly until you have a superior solution. You have not gotten the right to criticize a matter publicly until you have a superior solution. So if you say Nigeria is not working, Africa is not working, have you understood the three things that we can do differently as Africans? Until then, you are not able to come to the table and make a difference. And that's what I want to challenge you to do today. Pick every single thing that you think you're going to sit over and think about and create solutions from those conversations. Then we can come to the table and have those stakeholders conversation that can even drive us further. Throughout today, I am looking forward to learn voraciously, and I hope that you're also looking forward. And as I wrap up, again, I want to say thank you to
Is it for my end?
I can't hear you, sir.
Okay, can you hear me now, ma?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma, for that. I guess it was my network. Thank you very much, ma, for that wonderful opening remarks. I guess most of the guests who joined while you were having your opening remarks see this as a charge for them to actually take their time to listen and get wonderful notes from our guest speakers today. So before we go to Mr. Mugodusi Emmanuel Gumede, I would like to quickly just emphasize on what you have said. And those are the three keynote points you have actually pointed out as regards today's symposium. So people should get ready to tap into the business part of Africa, because it is a part we've not even really tapped. If we tap into it, there's a whole lot to actually gain and get from it. So before I call on Mr. Nkomdisi Gumede Emmanuel, I would like to quickly take his citation before we have him for the next 40 minutes. We'll be having Mr. Emmanuel Gumede for the next 40 minutes. So taking his citation now. Guiding executives to surpass growth expectations with fewer resources than they think are needed, Nkomdisi Gumede stands as a beacon of transformative thinking. His unique approach, rooted in a deep understanding of human psychology and behavioral insights, crafts innovative, capitalized strategies that convert ambitious goals into tangible results. Nkomdisi's journey has been marked by an extraordinary ability to provide lucid, actionable insights to a diverse range of clients, from renowned corporations like Woolworths Financial Services, Danone, Santam, Nedbank, and Old Mutual, to dynamic entities like South African Tourism and OBA, and member-based organizations like IRMSA and GNDI. His past roles, including his leadership at the OMG and his impactful tenure at South African Tourism, underscore his expertise in driving significant change and growth. His keynotes, described as a blend of captivating storytelling and evidence-backed provocations, has resonated with audiences globally. Testimonials from industry leaders such as Jose Rodriguez, Rice Dyer, and Vusi Tembekwayo attest to Nkomdisi's ability to bring fresh perspectives and groundbreaking strategies to complex business challenges. Nkondisi's talks are not just presentations, they are transformative experiences that inspire, challenge, and empower. His expertise spans a wide range of topics, from the intricacies of data management to the subtleties of market dynamics and leadership. Each keynote is a journey towards redefining the possible, pushing boundaries beyond conventional limits, and achieving unprecedented success. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you our wonderful and resourceful guest speaker from the southern region of Africa, Mr. Nkondisi Emmanuel Gumede. Mr. Nkondisi, are you on the call?
I am. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Thank you very much, sir, for giving us your wonderful and precious time today on this wonderful symposium. Before I start, I would like to inform everyone that the section of Mr. Nkondisi will be a question and answer section. So I want everyone to actually pay attention. It will be more like I'll moderating, I'll ask him questions, then he will give us answers. Then after I have exhausted my own questions here, then he goes on to take questions from our wonderful guests.
Thank you so much.
I would like to tell you that he's from the southern region of Africa. Yes. So before I go on with our questions, do you have any opening remarks you want to give us before I go on with the questions?
I would like to reflect some of the things that I heard in the president's opening remarks. And I wanted first to start off by just wishing everybody a happy Africa Day. I think it's really relevant.
Yes.
It's relevant, and I think it's wonderful to be having this discussion on this day. It brings an extra significance to what it is that we'll be discussing this morning. I thought that one of the things that would be interesting in terms of our gathering here is that often we have heard about intra-continental trade. So we hear often that Europe does intercontinental trade to about 67%, the Americas to a large degree, Asia to also a large degree. And by the time that people give you the statistics for Africa, it's in the lower digits. It's been growing steadily from about 6.7% to about 15% now. And all of a sudden, everybody looks at this and thinks, well, what if Africa also traded more with each other? And I think this has been a complex question. And I think that we will talk about many pieces of policy and legislation. The African Free Trade Continental Agreement is one of them. One of the things that I'll be arguing is that we really did take a leap forward with that piece of legislation, but more work needs to be done. And so to understand how it is that we can turn that into reality, and also what other policies we need at a different, maybe country level, not necessarily a continental level where it's done now, to be able to move our ability to trade going forward. So I think that would be the one question that I thought would be worth remarking on, saying that the Africa Day and the African piece of legislation being there still needs to be matched by intelligent action at the local level. And so I'm pleased to be in a discussion where there are people from all around the continental regions, because those are some of the things that we're going to have to do. I thought also that I would look at the paradox of our richness, because Africa is very, very rich. In fact, many people pose the question, how come Africa is so rich and yet so poor? It's not a question of just a lack. It's a question of how it is that we convert the richness we have into everyday benefits. And so I thought that that would be a good lens to look at the policy questions that we have, because one of the things we want to do is we want to transform our richness into everyday living standards, into better infrastructure, better environment to do business. And I want to use perhaps a non-South African example. I'm going to use a West African example, which I think will be better known to you, certainly, Shukan, is that I was looking at the global chocolate industry recently and found it to be somewhere in the order of $125 billion. It's also interesting that 60% of the world's cocoa comes from Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana. And for all of that, it seems that the takings for both of those companies that provide 60% of the cocoa have got a total combined income of 6 billion. If we look at the 125 billion that's on offer in the global chocolate market, and we look at the 6 billion that goes to Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, I think it's an appropriate example for us to look at and go, how is it that we could transform the takings of Africa from, the 6 billion out of 125 billion? And what do we need to do from a policy perspective to make sure that we can provide more of the world's value, that's a start, but also capture more of the world's value as well. And so as we look at the policy, as we look at the rules, as we look at the things we need to understand, I thought that those were two interesting opening provocations. One, how it is that we can convert our richness into everyday benefits in terms of, the standard of living. And secondly, how is it that we can convert all of the very good work that has been started in intra-Africa trade to actually trickle into resources, cash resources, into startup bank accounts. So I thought that those would be two interesting kind of provocations to share with you up front, and it will help provide a lens through which some of those questions that you have for me, I will be looking at them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Agubede, for that wonderful opening charge, and it shows that you are very much conversant with the African business structure as a whole, especially you talking about the global chocolate. So, but since you'll be focusing more on the Southern region, I would like to start with the first question. So, the first question says, what country-specific entrepreneurship programs or opportunities exist in Swaziland, Namibia, Lesotho, South Africa, and Botswana? And how can foreign business owners benefit from them? Most of our questions will be taking two faces, just like this one. So it says, what are these country-specific entrepreneurship programs in those countries? And how can foreign business owners benefit from them?
So the first thing to say about those is that there are quite a few of those initiatives that exist. And if we look at the lens of foreign business owners, there would be a couple of things that I would say. It would be interesting for us to understand that where Africa finds itself developmentally is that a lot of the entrepreneurship support systems that countries have are normally focused on domestic entrepreneurs. Where the foreign owners have an opportunity is where you find that these are multilateral organizations that are fostering some kind of international and bilateral movement between the countries. So one of the things that I would encourage you to do and to look at is if you look at all of the multilateral organizations of certain countries. So for example, Germany has got one that's active on the continent called GIZ. One of the things that they do is they facilitate a lot of movement throughout all of the African continents. And these are the types of multilateral agencies that I would encourage us to look at when we start looking at how foreign owners can benefit from them. If you want to move from South Africa and go into another country, they become very, very useful tools, useful bridges. They provide insight, they provide network, they provide events, all sorts of things which help you the movement of somebody in South Africa into another region more readily. Now, it's not just them. Each country has got that type of multilateral movement, and it will be the first thing that I would encourage us to look at, in the sense that multilateral organizations are the ones that I would encourage us to look at. In addition to that, when you are a foreign owner, the other trade and industry ministries of counterpart countries are very, very useful. So if you want to go to, for example, Botswana, as a foreign owner, what's very, very useful is to look at the Botswana Investment and Trade Commission, I think it's called, BITC, to interface with agencies like that, what you find is that they already are set up to help foreign owners to be able to set up in Botswana. And so one of the things that perhaps I would like to maybe just put as an overall point here is to say, in Africa, our governments do not have the best reputation, and they are normally pretty difficult to interface with. But in regards to the entrepreneurship programs that benefit foreign owners, I would encourage you to look at those trade and industry, economic development, those ministries for the country that you are interested in, and you'll find that they are a good bridge in order to connect you with where foreign business owners actually can connect the best. And they have a pretty robust program in that. So if anyone has a business card like trade attaché, trade secretary, that type of thing, that is a class of entrepreneurship support that I think is undervalued in Africa. It's underspoken about. They don't have great posters. They don't have good brand ambassadors. They have no influencers on Instagram, but they are the guys that I would encourage you as a startup founder to see as a really, really big entrepreneurial support for foreign businesses as a start. So I know that this is not necessarily what you'd expect to hear, but having operated on the continent for some time, this has been one of the really beneficial support programs that exist. And then it helps me keep my answer short, because in each country, each one will then direct you to where it is that there is real opportunity for foreign investment, foreign owners, and how to plug into the local economy.
Thank you very much, Sam, for that wonderful. I had to quickly just jot something down. So that was nice. Yeah, you told us that it's something we might not really know because you are so familiar with it, especially when it comes to the bridge that connects us to those opportunities, the ministries and others. So, and I believe most of our guests here have been able to take that down, especially for those who want to tap into the Southern region. And talking about the bridge takes me to the next question. Now, what are the provisions of the Southern Africa Development Community, that's SADC, towards the growth of entrepreneurship in the region, in the Southern region?
So I think what's been nice about what's been happening in the SADC region, the Southern African region, is that there is a common market. So there's the South African Customs Union. And what that means is that the movement of goods has been relatively easy, and the tariffs have been, there aren't any tariffs between the countries. And also the South African Customs Union, what they do is they distribute the tariffs in order to make sure that there isn't a big lopsidedness in the benefit of those customs union revenues, so that they are distributed quite equally between Eswatini, Lesotho, South Africa, Namibia, and the like. So I think that that's a real benefit in the sense that the free trade of movement in goods has been something that is been beneficial. So I think that that's certainly one of the things that we can point to. Again, this is not something that I would say is finding its way to mainstream media, and is a contrarian point perhaps. But I would say that the support of entrepreneurship, in my view, has got a lot to do with providing the basics in terms of infrastructure and spend from a government point of view. So I understand that there are a whole range of things that people think about when it comes to this question. But in the general sense, if you are doing business, you want to know that you have roads, ports, airports, transportation, that type of thing. You want internet connectivity to have symposiums of the sort. And I would say that one of the things that has been useful in SADC is that there's been quite a lot of sharing along cross-border mechanisms of those ideas. So let me give you 3 tangible examples to give you a sense. So South Africa with Botswana, South Africa with Zimbabwe, South Africa with Mozambique have got something called trans-frontier parks. These are 3 countries that got together and they said, one of our big resources is the wildlife that people want to come and see when they visit our countries. So tourism is a big part of Southern Africa. And one of the things that we know is that one of the ways to earn foreign currency is to invite international travelers to bring it with them in their pockets. That they land in Johannesburg, they land in Gaborone, they land in Harare, and wherever it is. and they go and do a number of tourist activities, and they spend money in our economies along the way. When they do that, one of the things that is good about the Southern African regions that our trans-frontier parks are actually open between borders, or open between South Africa and Botswana, South Africa and Zimbabwe, so that the tourism experience, doesn't matter which side you enter from, you can enjoy the fullness of the wildlife experience that you're after. In that way, it's a very practical way that we are saving or conserving our wildlife resources, but also providing the benefits, you know what I mean, of those economically to, you know, the countries that share it. And I think it's a wonderful model that shows that we can actually pool our resources and we can both benefit. Say, for example, there's a big imbalance. Let's say Zimbabwe gets all of the tourists. They would shoulder the burden of conservation for that trans-frontier park with South Africa. And so South Africa would benefit and vice versa. So it's a very nice mechanism, but it shows you that when we can get together and go, we're trying to encourage the tourism experience. It's based on wildlife. We can now share the resources between countries and over country lines that we can both benefit in terms of the partner countries. So I wanted to give you that as a concrete example coming from what I mean by this common market, but what I mean by this customs union, and how I mean about the distribution of funds, because it gives us a sense of what we could do more of in partnership with other countries. There are other ones that are more famous, of course, and maybe one more, and then I think you will have heard enough from me on this question. But you'll know, for example, that Lesotho provides a very large part of South Africa's water, given that they're in the highlands, that they get snow, so they've got a nice refrigerator that nature gave them to kind of conserve water in the winter and then release it as, conserve water in the winter as ice and release it as liquid during the summer months. And they provide that water to South Africa because it's more than they have need for. It gives you another sense of just how, you know, this common union is working together. What's clear about that and what's key about that, all of those things are policy driven. You know, so each of these initiatives didn't happen just because there were two entrepreneurs who got together. These were legislated from a policy perspective, and then there were flow down benefits into business. So I think that's the second thing that we need to look at, is that you can't actually get two entrepreneurs to agree to transgress the boundaries of the borders, of two countries. You know, your government needs to do that for you, and that's a matter of policy. You know, so there were entrepreneurs who went there and said, guys, want to pool our resources, please will you speak to your counterparts in that country, and let's put together a trans-frontier park policy. And the same obviously happened with the provision of water, which is a strategic asset from Lesotho to flow into South Africa. So I hope it gives you two senses of how it is that we can look at policy and what benefits it actually gives to us right now. Tourism revenue in the one example, water provision and water tariffs for Lesotho in the other example.
Thank you very much, Mr. Emmanuel Ogumede. Actually, I really enjoyed the way you took the second questions, especially the parts where you talked about collaboration over competition. Like when we get to partner and collaborate, we tend to do more than when we try to be just different. And it almost resonates with what the president actually said in our speech the other time, talking about how unique we are and also how different we are. But when we come together, we get to do more. So there was a part in the first question where you talked about our government not having good reputations to foreign investors. So I would like to ask this question: what business or economic policies are common in Swaziland, Namibia, Lesotho, South Africa, and Botswana? And what agencies are responsible for implementing these laws in the different countries?
So I had already touched on the South African Customs Union, because that's the one that, you know, I just referenced in my previous one. So that's one common law that exists around all of the countries. The other one that's interesting is the trade agreements that the countries have. Some of the trade agreements are actually very similar. So to some degree, we can say that many of those are common. Okay, so for example, if we look at the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, some of those are common to all of us. Yeah. So this is an agreement where the US provides certain benefits in terms of entry into the US market for non-US goods, and also where the US is asking for preferential access into these countries for their particular goods. So it's an agreement that spans probably 32 countries, if memory serves me well, from the African continent. So it's a big agreement. And one of the things that you see is that there are all of us, of the countries that you mentioned, that are signatories to that agreement. One of the benefits there, of course, is that I think there are latent benefits in order to see how we might collaborate, you know what I mean, to provide the goods and services through AGOA, and also to receive them in a way that benefits everybody else. So one of the things there that I thought would be useful is that there's going to be a theme that you'll hear from me again and again, which says there's a primary piece of legislation which opens opportunity. But generally speaking, you can't just end there and say the work is done as an entrepreneur, somebody who wants to go to your government, somebody who wants to lobby for some improvement. Like we'll see with the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, this is another one where I think that once that first layer has been signed into policy, that we need other policies to kind of layer on top of them in order to unlock the benefits. So for example, you'll appreciate that you know, some of the countries are landlocked and some of them don't have the biggest ports. So there are ways there to collaborate to make sure that the full benefits of, you know, this AGOA agreement actually accrues to everybody. Now, in terms of the bodies, of course, that regulate everything, you will have noticed that there's a Ministry of Trade and Industry in South Africa. It's also called the Trade and Industry in Botswana. I think in Namibia, it's called Industrialization and Trade. In Lesotho, it's also a Ministry of Trade and Industry. And one of the things that you start to see there is that it's actually a fantastic place where you can start looking at all of the trade and all of the industry, and you start to see where the commonalities lie. I think it's exceptionally important to the startup founder to always do two things, though. The first is to see the commonalities as to where things are the same, but also to see where the opportunities lie, where we still have more work to do. And it's always easier to fund the gaps by actually taking advantage of what's already available to you. And so if I look at all the things that are common between South Africa and Lesotho, Eswatini, Namibia, those types of things, I think what you'll find is that, you know, in terms of AGOA and in terms of South African Customs Union, those are definitely common. And I think those are the big things. But also we share a lot of trade partners. And I think those trade pacts with the EU, with the Southern African region, those are things that are common that I think that are very useful for us to look at as startup founders and to benefit more from those, because there is already a good start.
Thank you very much. That basically lies mostly with we going to check out with the Ministry of Trade. We called it in Namibia Industrialization Ministry. So we actually need to, for us to actually tap into it, we need to go through those agencies and those ministries to actually know the do's and don'ts of it. Thank you very much for that. Okay, quickly, in every economy, the monetary policy actually determines a whole lot, especially on businesses. So the kind of instruments a government use determines on how your business actually goes and what effect it has on your business. So the question I'll be asking is, can you please explain the monetary policy instruments used in South Africa and Lesotho and what impact they have on businesses in these countries?
So I think there's going to be two things that I'm going to do here, and I'm going to contrast South Africa and Lesotho ever so slightly, because there is an important difference, I think, in those policies in each of those countries. I think in South Africa, one of the things is that our monetary policy is there to fight inflation in the main. So the South African Reserve Bank would like inflation to stay between 3% and 6%. And the idea there is that the Reserve Bank is trying to curb the depreciation of purchasing power. So they want the rand to keep its purchasing power so that it doesn't deteriorate by more than 3 to 6% in a year. In order to do that, it uses interest rates as the policy to do that. When it feels there's too much money in the economy, it will raise interest rates to make borrowing more expensive. And when you repay your repayments at a higher rate, it takes more money out of your pocket. And by doing that, you should be able to spend less in terms of discretionary spend as a consumer. And when it feels as though there's not enough money circulating in the economy, it will decrease its rates so that there is less repayment that you make on debt, which leaves you with more money in your pocket to spend with. And so that's a key lever that the South African Reserve Bank uses. Our Reserve Bank is currently fielding some criticism about the fact that while it is protecting buying power in terms of looking at inflation, it hasn't been successful in encouraging full employment. You'll note that on the concerning side of the South African economic outlook is a high and growing unemployment rate. And so there will be lots of conversation that you will see about that with regards to the success of encouraging full employment for the South African Reserve Bank. One of the thoughts that I would like to posit, maybe to kind of leave with you, is the idea that perhaps the idea is not so much about what money is in or out of the economy. I think that monetary policy and fiscal policy actually go together. And I say that because if you are able to be in a situation where a government can invest in productive sectors first, you don't have the worry about inflation. Inflation roughly happens when you have too much money and too few goods. So if, for example, an economy does 1,000 loaves of bread a day, and each loaf costs 10 rand, 10,000 rand is the entire value of that, call it bread economy. The moment people have 20 rands, but there's still 1,000 loaves, what happens is the price of a loaf of bread will double, and that's inflation. However, if a government produces, or at least invests in the production of more loaves, so it goes from 1,000 loaves to 2,000 loaves, there is no way in which the amount of money, when you double the amount of money to 20 rands, the price of bread stays the same. It will still be 10 rand a loaf. And so the idea there is that you need to invest in the productive sectors first, so that when there's additional money, there isn't more money than there are goods available. If we look at it from that point of view, I think there'd be a difference in how we approach monetary policy on the continent. First, invest in the productive sectors. When the productive sectors have produced goods, when there is more money in the economy, the danger of inflation actually decreases substantially. I say this to say that if you approach it that way, you are doing two things. When you increase your productive capacity, you need more resources, you need more jobs, you need more electricity, you need more water, you need more flour, you need more salt, you need more all of those types of things. When you do that, you're buying that from somebody, that somebody gets an income from the additional purchases. And so it's a very virtuous cycle for the economy. And in doing it that way, I think you can be less reliant on just using monetary policy to moderate inflation. You have monetary policy, but you also have fiscal policy, which says we invest in production first, and therefore the likelihood of inflation arising from too much money for too few goods is also mitigated. So I hope that that makes sense, but that's one of the ways in which I think our monetary policy exists today, mostly the use of interest rates to keep inflation down. The issue, though, that arises from that point of view is that it seems as though it's not moving our employment situation in the country. And so the second suggestion of going, let's use fiscal policy in conjunction with monetary policy to invest first in the productive sectors, means that we can get both of those things happening. Keep inflation down, but also make sure that by investing in the productive sectors first, there are more people buying more resources in the economy, which means there are more jobs, there's more business for suppliers. And in that way, I think that we can have a better, more stable policy environment for our twin challenges. One, of maintaining purchasing power, but two, of creating, of decreasing unemployment. Where Lesotho is concerned, I'd like to kind of leave South Africa to the side for a bit. One of the things that Lesotho does, which is different to what South Africa does, is that it has an interest rate that is pegged to the rand. So Lesotho's interest rate is always 1-to-1 to the South African rand. Now, that's an interesting thing. And normally you'll find that very few countries actually keep a fixed interest rate. It gets pretty expensive at some point if the fluctuations vary too much. Of course, the government has to essentially reach into its reserves in order to moderate that movement if it gets too big. Yeah. So one of the things that's different to understand about the monetary policy of South Africa and the monetary policy of Lesotho is that in some ways it has slightly different challenges that it's reacting to. The South African one has got this massive unemployment issue that it needs to attend to. And I've kind of given you an aspect as why that might be. But with Lesotho, trade is of such a nature that because it is a relatively small country, it actually pegs its interest rate to South Africa. That has a number of things. It has some stability in terms of its largest trading partner in South Africa, but it carries risks in terms of the cost of doing that. And it also assumes some of South Africa's risks in doing that. You know, because if the South African rand was to plummet and lose a lot of value, pegging your currency to a currency that would plummet and lose its value wouldn't be the best thing. And so those are the ways in which monetary policy are being used differently in South Africa and Lesotho, for example. And I suppose there's always a question from Lesotho about, well, you know, would we fare better with our own floating currency as opposed to pegging it to South Africa? But having said that, that becomes a trade issue that goes, in order for that to be real, South Africa can't be the majority trading partner with Lesotho. So those are kind of two different challenges that monetary policy is trying to address in both of the countries. And I hope I've given you some sense of what it is now, and perhaps what I think the prescription might be for both countries to insulate themselves against any adverse effects.
Yes. Thank you very much, sir, for that. I was writing some things down. I wanted to say something about, but I just had to look at the time, and I noticed that we just have like 20 minutes more for this particular section. Just talking about the inflation rate and how both countries don't do the same thing, but almost at the same time they are trying to arrive at the same aim. So one thing I also took was having to make use of fiscal policy and monetary policy go hand in hand. If our government can actually try that out and invest more in the productive sector first, then would be able to gather more income. And that might even increase employment opportunities, because when we have more production sector, we get to employ more capable hands. So I might just have to keep my additional things short. So to the next question, we should have to take everything snappy. Explain the visa policy for foreigners seeking visas for business and investment purposes in the Southern African region. Yeah.
So there is a visa regime for people seeking to do business in South Africa. I must say that it's not something that has been the easiest to navigate. And one of the things that has happened is that there has been some effort in trying to sort that out, but those efforts haven't yet really reached the everyday business person who is applying for a visa. What is good about it, though, is that there are certain steps about it. So you can get an initial permit, then you have the chance to convert it into maybe some residence, and then you have the chance to convert it to a much longer term kind of permit. So I think for the reasons of starting, it's actually more preferable to start off with whatever's attainable at hand, and then continue to convert it, because it does take some time. There is a strong desire, however, to get good skills into South Africa and to conduct business. But I think one of the things that has been difficult in this environment has been just the volume of certain issues in the department that does that. And so, for example, there are massive undertakings to regularize some time ago, what happened was there was unrest in one of our northern neighbors in the form of Zimbabwe. And there were a lot of people who came over the border, which, people seeking asylum and that type of thing. And it was at the time thought that it would be a temporary something. And I think maybe some 10 or 11 years later, I think both governments are now going, we need to regularize this, and it's no longer a temporary situation. Because on the back of that, there's a lot of things that take place. For example, if you had young kids and you leave Zimbabwe and you come to South Africa, when those kids now need an ID document, if they've never been to Zimbabwe, for example, are they automatically South African? They are South African. The population record needs to record it. They need the green ID book, etc., etc. If they're not, if they go back to Zimbabwe, where do they get their ID? Zimbabwe has no record of the birth. These people have never been there. So, there's those just practical issues that need to be worked through. In looking at those types of issues, unfortunately, that's such a big one because it's in millions and millions that our visa regime has also been impacted generally for people who are seeking to do business from other regions, as an example. So one of the things about the visa regime that I would encourage people to do is to approach it in stages. Yep. So an initial temporary stage, a secondary stage, and then a final stage where you have as much kind of time as possible. These are general work visas, these are corporate visas, business visas as well. So those are the ones that I would say, maybe start off with a temporary one for business purposes and then move towards, either a work visa, a general work visa, or corporate visa, in due course. That's certainly how I see many people navigating it in market, and it seems to be the most practical way.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gumede, for that also. Thank you for letting us know that it is actually not easy and we have to just take it through those stages. So if we can work with those stages, there's a more higher possibility for foreigners who want to seek visas for business and investment purposes to actually get them. Okay. So this next question, you've actually touched it a bit while we're talking about the monetary policies in South Africa and Lesotho. So this is almost talking about fiscal policy. So it says, what impact does the current value-added tax rate in Lesotho have on their economy, and how can business owners harness or navigate this impact to ensure continued growth and profitability?
I think the introduction of the VAT rate in Lesotho has been positive in terms of how much revenue that Lesotho could capture, and there's been quite a bit available now for investment. So I think it's been a tax that has been beneficial to Lesotho on a net basis. I think from a business point of view, one of the things that you just need to be cognizant of is that it will affect your pricing, because what that means is that consumers, everyday consumers who used to have to pay, say, 10 Rand for something, now need to pay, another 1.50 Rand on top of it. What that just generally means is the business owners that there aren't that many 1.50 Rand to service everybody. So you need to think carefully about how it is that you accommodate that. It's obviously less of a train smash for businesses because businesses can claim that and they can deduct that. So it's not so much in the business sphere, but for the businesses that are providing goods and services to consumers who are not VAT registered, they just need to look at their pricing. And I think how to navigate that would be maybe keep the pricing the same and try and increase volume if it's possible. Or if you increase your pricing, make sure that you increase the value so that the customers feel that the price that has now gone up is worthwhile. So those were the two things that I would encourage there.
Thank you very much for that precise and condensed one. I'm sorry that I'm having to push this a bit because we're a bit behind schedule. Okay.
I heard you try to discipline me in terms of time.
No. I'm just trying to just manage everything. So our other guest speakers too are already on the call, and we will have a whole lot to also gain from them, just as we are gaining from you also. Okay, so are there any restrictions on foreign investments, like we're talking about, including authorizations required by the central local government in Botswana? But if they are, how can investors navigate around these restrictions on foreign investments?
So there are one or two restrictions in Botswana, but what I think I like about the Botswana government's approach to these restrictions is that as companies get to medium size, they are very pro joint venture partnerships. So I think that that's the major way I see Botswana kind of regulate that space. So the BITC, the Botswana Investment Trade Center, I think they facilitate that and they keep a pretty good handle on those. And then I think that what happens is that's a really good way of, approach the BITC and, let's look at the joint venture regime there. And that's a very good way of looking at the restrictions that may appear to you if you just come in looking to set up shop without that exchange. So again, another time where even though governments don't get good press, that's a good one to start with. And that's one of the ways they have and that they lean for to regulate, those kind of limitations.
So that's nice. So that's more like a loophole towards it. So to the next question, what is the broad-based Black economic empowerment with the acronym BBBE program, and how does it impact on entrepreneurship in South Africa?
Sure. This is a question for 4.5 days. I've seen conferences convene for a week and not get anywhere on this subject. I'm going to try and be brief about it. This idea is that there are proceeds in the economy in South Africa that go to very few people. And it's like that because of the apartheid system we used to have, so that a few people have always had wealth in South Africa by design. It's not something new. People have been working at getting this done for many, 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 many years, okay? And now we have it. The new government comes into power in 1994, and they've been trying to break this problem of the concentration of wealth going to a few people. Even when those few people change from a change in race, from being white only, as it was in 1994, to now also being Black, the phenomenon of few people holding most of the resources still exists, which shows that the design of the economy was such that that was the case. And even if you have to swap out the race of the people, the design still stays that way. The broad-based economic empowerment plan was to try and say, if you can involve broad-based schemes, so community schemes, women's groups, lots of people into the ownership of the South African economy, over time, wealth will flow to those people as well, helping to break the cycle of the few having almost everything. So that's the desire behind the policy, and that's why the policy exists. The policy, of course, I think has had some drawbacks. You will note that it's difficult to aim for wealth when you don't have an income. So wealth compounds wonderfully and it grows over generations when you don't have to be worried about where your next plate of food is coming from. So as you try and get people who are still insecure financially from month to month into a wealth scheme that might give them benefit in 10, 15, 20 years, has been a bit of a mismatch there, because what am I doing from today until 15 years when those shares possibly vest, or where those shares that I've paid for now give me the dividends that are required for my living, for my lifestyle, or for my living standards. So what that has done is that I think it has stopped the state from using its resources to fund the types of businesses that create jobs. And it has funded the businesses that are trying to create wealth. My contention there is that the order should have been jobs first. If there's a chicken in every pot, there's a car in every garage, people can then start looking to the long term. But if you give them the long term without providing them with, decent nutrition today, decent education, healthcare, all of those things, it does have a stifling effect on the efficacy of the program. And so I think that kind of is a fair comment on BEE for the moment, what I was trying to address, what I think the shortcomings are, and perhaps what we could advocate the state does, as opposed to, instead of pursuing wealth first, maybe make everyone secure at the level of income. Once everyone's secure at the level of income, then we can move on to looking at wealth.
Wow. Thank you very much, sir, for that. So the broad-based Black Economic Empowerment Program is to ensure even distribution of wealth and resources amongst entrepreneurs in the country, that's in South Africa, instead of it being concentrated on a particular race of persons. Okay, that's a wonderful and sufficient explanation. So to the next question, what are the value-added tax and income tax rates in Namibia, and how has this rate affected the growth of businesses in the country? We are talking about Namibia in specific now.
So in Namibia, their VAT rate is also 15%. So I think it's on par with Lesotho, its neighbor, South Africa, its neighbor. So I think it's par for the course there. I think the corporate income tax in Namibia is 32%, slightly above South Africa's 28%, for example. But there are some companies that can register for specific schemes, so it could be as low as 18%. If memory serves it correctly, I think Namibia, that was manufacturing, they were trying to incentivize their manufacturing sector as one of the companies that could pay as low as 18% in corporate tax. Individuals also pretty on par with the southern regions, so about 18 to about 37%, I think, is Namibia. And, that kind of gives you a sense as to, it's really par for the course in terms of the southern region and its neighbors. I think what is done, of course, is that Namibia is one of those countries where, because they have a small population of around 2 million people, the tax that is collected and the infrastructure that you need to deliver is actually favorable. That equation balances quite well. So you'll find that there's real good infrastructure in Namibia. It's a big country, so it has that against its tax revenue, because how much you spread that tax over the landmass is probably not ideal. But so I think it's done very well there, in the sense that businesses are thriving, and also I think the economy is growing. And also, given that it's got a small population, actually has created the conditions for more people from around the world, Africa included, to have a base there that is very well funded and has got good infrastructure. So that's what I would comment about Namibia's tax regime, I would say, at least as it appears to me.
Okay. That's almost related to that of South Africa, too. Almost related to that of South Africa. So to the next question, which would take us to another question too, I believe. So it says, explain the acts that govern the establishment of businesses in Botswana and Eswatini, and what bodies are responsible for the enforcement and regulation of this act.
So one of the things is, I think in Botswana, so there are a couple of things. Botswana had an act, I don't know, so Botswana's been independent since the 60s. They had an act about 1988, I think, thereabouts, about just the industrial development of Botswana. And in there are some prescriptions about, okay, if this is our industrial development, how do we license people? I think there are general business licenses in Botswana. So you go to the district commissioner's office, and this is where you apply. So a regulator in that regard would be that. But also, I think what is useful is that, or at least what's maybe fair to say about Botswana, maybe this is just how my dealings with Botswana have gone, is that there was a Mines and Minerals Act. And obviously, Botswana is famous for being one of the largest producers of diamonds, and the Botswana, which is a joint venture with the government of Botswana and De Beers. And so I think that also had a profound impact, because it was one of the big sectors in Botswana. But the Ministry of Trade and Industry there, I think they're the ones that have got an Industrial Development Act, and they will issue the licenses that you need in Botswana. In Eswatini, I'm actually just cognizant of one, and that's the Registration of Businesses Act. And really what you do there is you go to the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Trade, and they're the ones that will direct you as to where you need to go, who do you need to register with. Obviously, in every economy, the reason why you start the Trade and Industry Ministry is that each sector is governed by a whole range of regulators. So if you're in food, then you've got like the Food and Beverage Administration, the Health Department, etc. If you're in education, it might be the Department of Social Welfare plus education plus higher education. And so then it starts to cascade in its various places. But to establish a business is generally just the trade and industry. But then what you need to do is ask them what are the 4 or 5 permits that you need down according to your vertical that you need to be registered with as well.
Okay, thank you very much. So you go to the ministries, then the ministries put you through those bodies that actually deals with regulations in the particular field you actually want to invest into. Okay, so that's good. So to the second to last questions, I would like to also tell our audiences and our guests, for those who actually have questions for Mr. Gumede, should actually either type it in the chat box so that I would read it out to him also. So what significance does the 2023, that's the 10 years industrial policy of Eswatini have for entrepreneurs in the country?
So, excuse me. Thank you. So I think that plan has got a number of things that it's aiming at. I think what it's trying to say is that we need to have a stronger Eswatini. So let's try and get more domestic production happening. So if you're a startup and you could bring some domestic production to the Kingdom of Eswatini, that would be something that would be very well received in light of that plan. I think the next thing, of course, they're looking for quality job creation. So the idea there about going, well, which are the jobs which are high income, broad-based, that can take up a lot of the type of resource we have in Eswatini, is a second thrust of that piece of of legislation. There's also this idea of sustainable energy and being green. That's something that it emphasizes a lot. And so what is eco-friendly? How can you do green industrialization? I think that's it's a kind of a look into the future. And then it also emphasizes a lot of women economic empowerment. So I'll give you, and I'm conscious of time now, but there are many sectors in the world where women are disproportionately participant in than males, for example. And that document would invite you, if you're in that side of situation, to do that. So for example, if you look at the world of oil and gas, overwhelmingly male. But if you look at the world of tourism, it's much more, kind of 60-40 in the benefit of female people. And so, Eswatini would be looking for more the sectors that are provide for female participation as opposed to the ones that wouldn't. So oil and gas would struggle on 2 points. One, isn't exactly the greenest, although necessary, and also isn't very empowering in terms of women. But if you look at tourism, you can do tourism in a very eco-friendly way, and it has a lot of women participate. And so that would be the type of bias that you can expect if you're doing some business under that piece of legislation.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Gumede. So this particular policy will bring in or involve women more into those sectors you actually mentioned about. Okay, I feel that was a very nice policy for the next 10 years in Eswatini. So I still expect people who still want to send in their questions to please kindly still send it. Mr. Gumede, for the last question, and I have really been enjoying this section so much. More like I don't even want it to end, because it's giving me a whole lot of sense about what to do in the southern region of Africa. So this last one we're talking about the Basotos, that's people from Lesotho. So it says, are there provisions of the Basotho Enterprise Development Corporation, BEDCO, for foreign entrepreneurs? And how can they access them? How can we access them?
So so BEDCO, I'm not familiar that there is one for foreign entrepreneurs. But what I would say is please engage BEDCO in the way that I mentioned first. Either, wherever you're based, let's say you're based in Chad, for example, I don't know, wherever you might be based. Your diplomatic mission or the Lesotho one in BEDCO, please speak to them, because every time that any country like BEDCO puts together entrepreneurship support, no entrepreneurship support can happen in isolation. So they become aware of what they need. And as soon as they become aware of what they need, they have the list. And if you can provide any of the things on the list, it's not packaged as foreign support. But in essence, if you as a producer of goods and services have a market that you can sell into, that is as supportive of a business as possible. And so I would encourage you that even if it doesn't have the label of foreign support on it, that you speak to BEDCO and you speak to the trade attaché from the Kingdom of Eswatini or from your home country, because they will go to you, here are the 12 opportunities, what can we do together? And if you can provide any of those opportunities, that as a foreign business would be access, to my mind, into the Lesotho environment. So I would encourage you strongly to do that, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Agumede, for it's been a lovely chat with you in the last 50 minutes. And I quickly have to just quickly make use of my Google, and I said engage BEDCO. I have to quickly search BEDCO on Google, and I saw the website. So for those of us that would like to tap into BEDCO, we need to actually engage them. So you can just make a search, get a view of what to do, check out the list. Whenever there's a particular opportunity and you have all what is in the list ticked, I guess it is a big way to tap into that particular opportunity. Mr. Nkombisi Emmanuel, okay, go on, sir.
If I could have one more 60-second thought here, is that in our conversation, we've found that there are some things that exist that I'm asking that we use, and there are some things that don't exist that I'm asking that we're looking for. So if we can always have both hats on when we deal with our startups and moving them forward, I think that we'll find it easier than shunning the policy environment altogether. So thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. On behalf of TAS, I want to actually appreciate you for your wonderful resources and the expertise you've shared. They have been wonderful insights. I can't even imagine me just scrambling a lot in my jotter here, just trying to just have a whole lot of points. So please, I would indulge and plead with every one of us to try as much as possible to digest all these wonderful insights, especially for those of us who want to tap into the business part of the southern region of Africa. I would like to take questions from our audience's questions before I call it a day with Mr. Agumede. Question. Okay. If there's no question, Mr. Emmanuel, I would like to actually really appreciate you. It's been a lovely chit chat with you here this wonderful morning here in Nigeria from my own end. I really appreciate you so much. A whole lot I have learned, and on behalf of TAS, I would like to appreciate you for your time. There's a question I have a question here from Angie. The question goes thus: are there any sites that have some of the information you have shared for secondary research as one prepares to penetrate this market, like websites or ways they could get more information about all what you've shared?
So yes, there are. Obviously, Africa is a broad topic. Even SADC is a broad topic. But what I would invite you to do is to look at each Department of Trade and Industry website. I think that one is the best place to start, and it does a good job of navigating you in Southern Africa to where you need to go. So that would be my encouragement to you. And yeah, I know you don't hear a lot of speakers punting the infrastructure that governments have already kind of laid out, but in this case, I think they're helpful.
Okay, thank you very much. So we should, like you've said it from the first question you answered, let us check more of the trade ministries and the commerce and the industry. Okay, she says, great, thank you for this. Thank you very much, Mr. Okomdisi Gumede. I know you've also been, aside being our guest speaker, you've also been one of our sponsors for this wonderful symposium. So thank you very much, and I really appreciate you for your time and resources. Thank you, sir.
This has been a pleasure. I hope there's been some value and insight in our conversation, but I appreciate you letting me contribute what it is that I hope helps everybody do better business in the Southern region. I hope to see you when I am back in Nigeria, and I wish everybody insightful, engaging symposium, and I hope that we can turn lots of the things we learned today into action, and yeah, much prosperity to everybody on the call.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Anytime you're coming to Nigeria, just call me. I'll be the one to pick you from the airport. I'll be the one to drive you down and tell you around Nigeria. Just as you guys also have good wildlife over there, we have them here in Nigeria too. So trust me, I'll be your tour guide when you come. I'll be your tour guide. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
You have a lovely time out there. So quickly, I would like to welcome all our guests that just joined us during our first guest speaker. That was a lovely speech from Mr. Okomdisi Gumede Emmanuel. Funny enough, it's even my namesake. My name is also Emmanuel. So he took us around the southern region of Africa, and we had a wonderful opening marked by our president. So I would like to just quickly take us a breakdown of the next lined up events we have for the day. So we'll be having a product launch by our COO, Abiola Odesoya. Then after that, our Eastern region speaker, that's the Eastern region of Africa, Jumani Ntambalike, would take us on the second speech for today for the Eastern region in Africa. Then we have the one from Northern region, Felicita Aku. She will also take us on us. Then we have another project launch that will be done by our wonderful president. So before we have our speaker too, I would like to call on Abiola Odesoya to actually take us for the project launch for the next 5 minutes. Thank you very much, Abiola Odesoya, as you take
Thank you so much, RMC. Thank you so much, Mr. Gumede. That was quite insightful. So quickly, in 5 minutes, I want to share something. Now, when you look at what Mr. Gumede has said, one thing is paramount. If we seriously want to do business in Africa, we need to produce, we need to think. And then what better way to think than not really understanding or not really engaging our intellectual property, which is the creations of our mind. Now, when it comes to intellectual property, one thing I have seen that we do wrong is that we think intellectual property is about dominating a person, right? Or dominating your fellow business owners, or just doing something better than them. I feel that is a wrong approach. Now, when it comes to intellectual property, I feel you should, or I believe that you should look at systems, try and dominate systems. And this is what would make you not having intellectual properties of your company or visions from your company as reactive, right? So instead of being a reactive innovation, you are doing more of the contributory thing, right? And so I can go on and on about what we do wrong about intellectual property. Another thing, again, I see for intellectual property is that based on what has been on the social media is more about, let me just protect my trademark, let me just do this with my logo, let me just get my name, let me just protect my name. It is a strategic way to be able to move your business. It comes with a lot of divine intelligence. It comes with a lot of business knowledge. It comes with a lot of industry knowledge. It comes with a lot of strategy. Intellectual property is strategy, right? And there are ways to actually protect your property, right? Even comes with legal, but most times we approach it from the legal perspective. And so instead of me just going on and on and on about what you are doing wrong with intellectual property or what you perceive is wrong with intellectual property, it has did better. So we brought a course teaching you how to create wealth through intellectual property. We understand now, as you want to penetrate into different regions, you want to know how to secure, you want to know how to strategize, you want to know what to do as far as securing your knowledge, as far as securing your future, your innovation, right? And so we created a course with 6 modules to teach you this. Now, this is not the regular that you see about just trademark your name, just trademark your this. No, that is not what it's about. It's about knowledge. We're going to teach you the strategic part. The legal part is there, but it's more focused on the strategic part. You'll be seeing things like how to innovate, how to deploy innovation, how to go about your research, and other things like that. And as a bonus, we also are giving you how to create legacies with how to create legacies with limited resources. We are going to be teaching you about different resources you have at your disposal. Because one thing we have found out again is that entrepreneurs would only think they can innovate based on financials, right? So this is another course we're giving you. We're also going to teach you disruptive innovation. It's a whole lot. I have 5 minutes, right? It's a whole lot, but you can check the link that my colleague is dropping to just see what it connotes or what it's all about. You have we are giving the bundle is 100,000, but for the sake of the community and everything, for 72 hours, we are going to give you a 70% discount if you take good use of the opportunity. So you'll be getting it for 30,000 naira. I do hope you take part of it. I do hope you take those modules. I do hope you take that course, because I would really want you to innovate, right? Thank you so much, Mr. Oyeshakin. I hope I was within my 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Abiola. You did really well with 5 minutes. So let me just quickly say something about. I quickly had to access the link you dropped, and I quickly scrolled down and I saw wonderful comments from persons who have actually taken the courses before. And I feel if those of us on this call don't tap into this opportunity for the next 72 hours, we'll be missing a lot. Olanike Mustafa says, TAS is awesome. So many values for members. Thank you so much for all you do. Go with NHC said, got so much value. Book pages are filled up. I need to move to action. And there's this old big post from Olusegun Akintola about the course. So I feel for us to have a discount of 70% is a go for every one of us on this call to actually tap into this, for especially as it has to do with intellectual property. So thank you very much, TAS, for this wonderful product and opportunity you have given us. So to bring Mr. Jumani Ntambalike on the call, Eastern African region speaker for today, I would like to quickly take a short bio of him before he comes and takes up the stage. Jumani Ntambalike is an accomplished innovator, author, early stage investor, futurist, entrepreneur, and technology enthusiast who is highly optimistic about Africa's future. He is widely recognized for building stable innovation ecosystems across Africa. He is the co-founder and chief executive officer of Sahara Ventures, a company dedicated to advancing innovation, technology, and entrepreneurship across the continent. Jumani is best known as the first manager of Bonny Innovation Hub and driving force behind Siliconda, Tanzania's first formed technology district in Dar es Salaam, the country's financial capital. Jumani was voted the most influential Tanzania in science and technology in 2017 and 2018. Wow. Cementing his reputation as an accomplished innovator, he is among the founding members of the Tanzanian AI Lab community. His unwavering mantra is to leverage innovation, technology, and entrepreneurship as solutions to Africa's most complex challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed audiences, I present to you Mr. Jumani Ntambalike, our wonderful guest speaker for the Eastern region of Africa. Thank you very much, sir. Over to you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly, sir.
Thank you so much. Please allow me to share my screen. I have a presentation.
Yes, sir, you can go ahead.
Okay, let me see. Just a minute. Please confirm if you can see my slides.
Yes, sir, we can see your screen, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to appreciate the opportunity from the Association of African Startups. I'm calling from home today, so bear with me if I look kind of informal. It's Saturday. Yeah, so I've been following the conversation, and thank you for putting together the speakers we've just presented. There's a lot of knowledge and information that is being cited and shared. As I was introduced, my name is Jumane Mtambarike. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Sahara Ventures. Our company is a 10 years old company. We've been working to build innovation ecosystem in Africa. We have a marketplace called Sahara Sparks. We've been doing regional events in the past 6-7 years. Actually, we did one event in Lagos back in 2019 to matchmake between startups and regional investors. We also have a physical accelerator, which is based in Dar es Salaam called Sahara Accelerator, where we work with post-revenue and post-MVP startup to prepare them to raise institutional investment as well as individual investment. We have what we call corporate sponsored accelerator as well as venture backed accelerator programs. But our biggest company is our consulting firm called Sahara Consult, where we do impact and dev consulting, we do innovation consulting, as well as emerging technology consulting. But my focus today will be the investment landscape in East Africa, the opportunities of the startup economy, the challenges of legal and regulatory landscape, and what is next for the East African startup ecosystem. So to start with, I'd like to talk about the African startup economy in a bigger picture. For some of us who started to work in the startup ecosystem in early 2010s, a lot has happened from the time when the only thing you can do as an innovation hub is to host hackathons and also do simple community events, to actually seeing investors coming from our own ecosystem to reinvest back in some of the startups. I think for those who are based in Nigeria already know the work that Future Africa is doing, reinvesting back in some of the African startups. So a lot has happened between that time up to right now. The African startup economy has experienced a dynamic, rapid transformation with a significant growth in investment and a lot of entrepreneurial activities, from just having innovation hubs to getting corporate companies involved, getting public institutions involved, research agencies, international firms, as well as ESOs, entrepreneur support organizations. The growth has been tremendously, and of course, the notion of kings, Kenya, Nigeria, Egypt, and South Africa is very clear. They're outliers by far, and automatically they have created what I can call regional hubs or regional hotspots of innovation, where you see Nigeria championing the western part, Kenya championing the eastern part, Egypt championing the western part, and South Africa championing the southern parts. When I was doing the research for my book, The Diary of African Innovation Hub Manager, there are so many reasons that is influencing, that are influencing these changes that we're seeing, and these hotspots that are controlling innovation, these regional hubs. For example, Egypt's strategically positioned in the MENA region, so they can address markets both in Africa and Middle East. Nigeria is very strong in terms of maturity of the founders. One of the reasons also is because of the strong diaspora community. South Africa has always been a place where there's a lot of investment that is flowing toward the continent. And Kenya significantly is a huge expatriate economy where there's a lot of expats that are coming to work with international agencies. And this has been one of the reasons why there's maturity in these markets. But now we are seeing tier 2 ecosystems that are coming up. Fast forward right now, Africa has attracted more than 15 billion worth of transactions since 2019, according to the African Startup Database, a big deal. And 84% of the startup funding in Africa since 2019, with Nigeria around attracting 30% of the money that is coming in. When you look in terms of ownership, you'll see again the lion's share of this investment is going to these 4 countries. And then you have the tier 2 markets with countries such as Senegal, Ghana, Tanzania, Algeria, Uganda, and Tunisia coming up. But you'll also realize there's a lot of startup and entrepreneurial activities happening in those countries. For example, in all the big 4, Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, and Egypt, there's a lot of discussions around creating a legal and regulatory landscape that is supportive to startup. If you look at the 2020 Google and IFC internet economy landscape, again, these are still the same countries which has a significant chunk of tech talent in the continent. So it's a combination of so many things, a combination of technology talent, it's a combination of good legal and regulatory landscape, it's a combination of strong diaspora community, it's a combination of entrepreneurial culture that is existing within these communities, and also it's a combination of having strong local startup ecosystem that is either supported by the government, development sector, meaning that donors and financing, or strategic partners from the corporate sector. But one key issue that is also not to be underestimated is the rate of urbanization of Africa. As of 2020, 43% of the Africa's population lived in urban areas. And these hotspots of innovation and startup also have fairly big population compared to other African cities. If you look at the hubs such as Lagos or Cairo or Johannesburg or Nairobi, they're also fast-growing cities in the continent with a significant chunk of the population being led by young people who has a lot of energy and passion toward establishing these ventures. It comes with an opportunity, but also with some sort of a cost. If you look at the slide that I'm projecting right now, that is a football stadium in Tanzania. Our Tanzania National Football Stadium takes the name of our former president, President Mkapa. It's called Mkapa Stadium. In the left, you can see those are not football fans. Those are university graduates attending an interview where the government was looking for 70 candidates for position of constable officer at the local immigration office, and then 13,000 people showed up. So when we talk startup economy and all these new types of economy, whether it's digital economy, platform economy, shared economy, gig economy, these are key economies that will shape the future of the continent. New jobs will come from this economy. So the discussion about startups is very key because it's going to shape the future of the continent. Startups are going to be expected to solve some of the most complex issues that are facing our continent right now. This is the image of most of the urban Africa. This is Dar es Salaam. You can see in the horizon, there's a lot of big buildings. That is a corporate part, established part of Dar es Salaam. But a significant part of Dar es Salaam, it is what you see in front of you. Middle to low income earners, easy, difficult to live and navigate. There's a lot of challenges that are facing those markets, and those markets are in demand for disruptive solutions, but also they lack systems and structures to allow startups to flourish. So infrastructure is one of the key things that will influence and shape the startup landscape in Africa. And when you look at East Africa, it sees the same thing also. It's the same challenges that we are facing. So as much as we are emphasizing on redesigning the legal and regulatory landscape, also the legal and regulatory landscape has to prioritize and shape what type of digital infrastructure and systems that needs to be put in place to allow African startups to excel. Another opportunity that we have is we are living in one of the youngest continents in the world. The median age of Africa is approximately around 18 years old. My country, Tanzania, the median age is around 17.9. So on the positive side, we have that manpower, we have that army that if we equip with the right tools and resources can be able to shape the continent in terms of the digital landscape as well as the startup economy. But without proper legal and regulatory landscape to encourage and promote local innovation ecosystems, to protect local patent, to foster intangible economy and access to intangible assets such as IP rights and stuff like that, this young population that right now we are boastering about will not help us in anything in the next few years to come. And as one famous person says, Africa should focus on what they don't have and not what they have, because they already have so much. So ideally, what we are seeing right now, for example, in Tanzania, being a tier 2 country, already there are some signs of startup economy taking shape with some major deals being signed. One of the biggest one is the recent one, a YC alumni from Tanzania with a startup called Ramani, raising 32 million USD to digitize CPG supply chains. But the startups like Nala that already is expanding all over the continent, including in Nigeria. And in 2020, Coppergas was acquired by Cyclegas by 25 million USD. So that there's these signs here and there of startup companies from Tanzania and also at the regional level in East Africa going global and tackling regional as well as continental problems. But the key issue is there are very few of these stories, and we need to democratize the startup economy beyond the Silicon Valley model, because not all of us will be able to exit through the London Stock Exchange or New York Stock Exchange. So our legal and regulatory landscape is key in terms of shaping exit structures for local and regional investors so that more African youth can be able to benefit from this local and regional exit instead of waiting for London and New York Stock Exchange. How do we create a system where local high net worth individuals get involved in the local startup ecosystems is key. We need young, rich Nigerians or young, rich Tanzanians to be able to invest back in these startups. We cannot be able to do that if they don't see protection of the investment. We cannot be able to do that if they cannot easily see their path towards exit. And that is where our legal and regulatory landscape can play a very crucial role in terms of structuring proper exit, protection of local investors, encouraging strategic linkages between regional and global investors and local investors. And our associations of startup, whether it's Tanzania Startup Association or the Association of African Startups, have a very important role to play to emphasize on this legal and regulatory landscape that will allow for that to happen. So zooming in specifically in the Africa startup regulatory landscape, we are seeing some positive things from our governments. There's a lot of easy of doing business reforms. Tanzania has done what they call a blueprint for easy of doing business. The same thing we're seeing countries such as Kenya and Rwanda doing the same thing, creating platform for easy of doing business. We are seeing Investment Promotion Act. For example, in Tanzania, they have the Tanzania Investment Act. In Kenya, they have the Investment Promotion Act. And these documents, to be honest, at some point in time, they're just documents. What makes them interesting is if we lay down plans and strategies to execute what is written into the document. For example, right now, all over East Africa, we have either a digital economy framework or a digital economy blueprint. Tanzania has a Vision 2033 for digital economy transformation in the country. If you have Rwanda, they have the Digital Economy Act. The Digital Economy Strategy. Uganda, they have their own digital economy strategy. Kenya has the same. I think they have the framework. So there's a lot of these initiatives to recognize the opportunities that can emerge from digital economy. Even talking about the digital economy pillars such as digital skills, digital infrastructure, digital platform, digital regulations. But the most important thing, as I said, is how do we move from having these documents and frameworks and platforms to actually move to a second stage, which is basically drafting proper implementation strategy, drafting a proper monitoring and evaluation strategy, for example, putting together innovation scoreboards or digital transformation scoreboards, where we can measure the indicators as well as the commitment we've made through these acts and policies. We are seeing active startup associations influencing policies, lobbying for regulatory changes for startups. In Tanzania, we have the Tanzania Startup Association. I know in Kenya, they have ASEC, the Kenya Association of Ecosystem Enablers, which is also doing similar work to engage in conversation with the government and advising on what can be changed and improved. We are seeing more emphasis on new types of economy, discussion on gig economy, discussion on sharing economy, discussion on platform economy, discussion on e-commerce, talks on how governments can be able to make money out of the big digital media and social media companies, the likes of Facebook, Google, and others. And also, we have seen a lot of platforms for discussion that are being put forward, such as the Smart Africa Initiative, where at the presidential level, discussions are being emphasized in the eastern and southern part of Africa on how we can capitalize on these new types of economy. But also, we are seeing task forces that are being formed to review the reforms. For example, in Tanzania, we have a sandbox from the central bank to try to see how they can better create a platform for startups such as fintech companies to be able to integrate with traditional banking system. There's a team that is working on the National ICT Sandbox to create a safe environment for startups and digital innovators to test and deploy their products before they can be scaled. There are discussions around putting together a national innovation framework that can look innovation in a 360 perspective from grassroots level to urban level, which is driven by private sector, to the national level, which is driven by national priority, to the regional level, which is driven by partnership with other organizations and institutions across East Africa. So these are some of different initiatives that are happening when it's come to regulating as well as supporting the regulatory landscape of startups, ecosystem, and innovation across East Africa. But my bottom line is still the same. Even though we're doing a lot of work to come up with this document and these tools, the key issue is how do we move to the next phase, which is proper implementation, proper measurement strategy, and proper execution of these policies. It goes without, there are some challenges that are facing the regulatory landscape in East Africa right now. The first one is something that we all know in Africa: red tapes and bureaucratic delays. There have been delays in terms of some of these documents. It takes too long to get a certain paper or to meet with a certain leader or to convene a certain group. And as you know, in the digital and startup landscape, things are changing really fast, and we are playing a catching up game, and it's not helping anyone. So part of what we do, for example, just to share experience in Tanzania, we've been bypassing some of the protocol, reaching out to people who are calling the shot, instead of just going in the traditional way of forming up policies, trying to at least push to get quick results. We have managed to get commitment from Our Excellency President Samia Suluhu Hassan towards supporting the startups in Tanzania, our president, but also our Minister of ICT is with us in terms of pushing this agenda. The other challenge we are seeing is confusion between SMEs and startups. So, for example, ministries that are dealing with investment and trade, they don't see the importance of having purely legal and regulatory landscape that is targeting startups, because they assume startups are just a subset of a traditional SME. So that is another challenge that we are facing, and not only in Tanzania. I've seen it also in other markets. There's a confusion between small and medium enterprise, early stage ventures, startup companies, and innovative disruptive ventures. This confusion actually make policymakers struggle to really capture what do we need as young people who are pushing basically for these legal and regulatory changes, because they feel most of the issues that are supposed to be addressed are already being defined in the SME policies, as well as legal documents that are targeting traditional SMEs. But there's also conflicting priorities and interests. You have a better chance to succeed if you're pushing for this agenda when the election is very close. For example, our election is next year, so possibly people will pay attention to what we're pushing because these agendas are targeting young people. And of course, most of the voters are young people. So sometimes because of conflicting priorities, it's very difficult to get the attention you're looking for. For example, in some of the ministries in Africa, for example, you'll find a ministry is titled Minister of Education, Science and Technology. So by default, the emphasis will be on education because it's targeting masses, and anything related to technology and digital transformation will come second after they fix everything related to education. So those conflicting priorities also make challenges for people who are pushing for transformation and changes as far as legal and regulatory landscape is concerned. Lack of knowledge and awareness. Startups are very complex to understand. Some countries are still even struggling to get a shared definition of what a startup is. Some want to adapt the Silicon Valley definition, whereby a startup is any venture that is working with a proven business model in a tested market with the potential to grow exponentially. But if you come with the same definition in our market, it's very difficult for people to comprehend and create laws and regulation towards that definition because our environment in one way or the other is very different from Silicon Valley. Another issue is limited access to resources and funding to finance these processes. Again, conflicted priorities. When you have limited budget, whether to fund classrooms or to improve number of hospitals, very rarely an African politician will want to put this money to support a startup fund or establishing some sort of a venture capital trust fund to invest in startups. Another issue is what I've been saying, consistent enforcement. We can see when in some of the countries that already have signed the Startup Acts, when we reflect with our colleagues, they said even though the documents are very promising and they're saying a lot, a significant chunk of that was promised in this document is not coming into fruition in terms of implementation. Also, we have IP issues. The IP landscape is not that matured yet. The existing systems, the existing institutions are struggling to comprehend when it comes to helping startups do things like filing for patents and protecting their ideas and solutions in local markets. So these are some of the challenges that we're facing. And lastly, I'd like to share two cases from East Africa as I was requested by the organizers. I didn't want to share the usual suspect, the Kenyan and everything. I'm fascinated with what is happening in Congo, the Democratic Republic of Congo. Most of the time when you hear Congo, you hear some of those funny things you hear on CNN and BBC, but you can see the commitment of the government. For example, in Congo, the startup bill was signed into law way back since on September 2022 by President Felix Tshisekedi and published in the government official journal. And what also I like about this is they emphasize they want to address issues around mobility of talent and IP issues within their own document. So they are redefining in terms of how they want to see the Startup Act addressing challenges that seems to be common to their own local startup landscape and ecosystem, including supporting the digital economy and also engaging more youth through digital businesses. Another case is a case of Rwanda. The Minister of ICT and Innovation in Rwanda took a slightly different approach toward addressing the startup policy challenges in Rwanda. Instead of coming up completely with a new act, the country has conducted consultative meetings with stakeholders to reflect on Startup Act by, and this is where the keywords coming in, prioritizing, integrating startup issues into existing and new legal and regulatory framework. So instead of setting up a completely new act, they went and reviewed the existing regulatory act that are targeting small businesses, whether if it's on registration, on scaling, on attracting financing, and improve those specific sections within existing acts and regulations to try to address issues that are facing startups. So these are just different approaches that are being taken by different countries in Africa to address and create a conducive environment for startups. in terms of what next, I'm very optimistic about the overall landscape of startups, legal and regulation sector in East Africa. There's more commitment from the governments right now. It is also more of a branding issue. So some of the government, they feel if they associate themselves with startups, they look more innovative, they look more futuristic thinking, which is a plus to the startup community. And it's an opportunity for us to push our agenda, because everything that is related to startups somehow give you a unique opportunity to engage with young people and sell your agendas and opportunities. So that is what I wanted to share. I'm very optimistic about the future. I'm happy to engage in discussion and conversation about startups in East Africa, including the platforms. If you want to land into the East African landscape and operate in this market, I'll be very happy to partner and collaborate with you. Thank you so much to the organizers, and I'm open to receive questions or provide clarification. Thank you so much, and back to you, Temi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jumani Untambalike, for that wonderful presentation. And I can really say that just like first guest speaker, you have also given us wonderful insights about the Eastern region, especially with the last two bills you actually shared with us, that of Congo, talking about they want to go digital by 2025, and the rundown. That shows that digitalization and tech actually taking up everywhere in Africa, and that gives we young ones more opportunities to actually tap into it. So for questions, I would like to firstly take Abiola Odesoya, the CEO of TAS. She has a question. Then I would advise or employ others that want to ask. Either you can actually signify or you type it in the chat box. Abiola Odesoya, over to you. Your question, please.
Thank you so much, the MC. Thank you so much. Mr. Jumani, thank you so much for doing this. My question is a lovely presentation, by the way. I love your insights and I love the way you approach the topic. But my question is, if, for example, as a business owner, I want to invest or I want to go into the Eastern region, please, could you give us a step-by-step process of how to do that? What are the first things I need to do? What organizations do I need to meet? How do I approach them? At their websites I can go to, or how do I do it generally? I would love if I could get that simplified. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, so again, it is different based on different markets, but I'm going to just give you a standard process. All these countries, in one way or the other, they have what they call an investment promotion office. In Tanzania, it's called Tanzania Investment Center. The investment promotion office help businesses that are coming into new markets to understand legal and regulatory landscape, the needs of the market, link them to strategic partners, even local investors to access local capital if they want to trade with a local bank and financing institution. So if, let's say, I'm an African investor, I'm coming from Nigeria or from Ghana, and I'm trying to explore the East African market, the first thing I'll do, I will search for investment promotion offices, and then I'll go to their website. And then I will look at the criteria of investors, or what condition qualifies you to be called a foreign investor in that market. For example, you have a threshold for investment. In some market is 100,000 USD. So if you come with 100,000 USD in terms of your own cash, in terms of investment you're bringing in, they can consider you to be a foreign investor. Some markets, they focus on sectors which you're coming in. So some markets will say, because you're coming in agriculture and you have this capital, then you are a foreign investor. And in some market, they will have incentive for some specific sectors. So let's say if you're coming to sector that they consider, let's say, is the engine of growth in this local economy. Let's say in that market, they see agriculture, or they see fisheries as one of the crucial sector in the economy, then they can relax some of the taxes and some of the paperwork for you as a foreign investor, so that they can create a conducive environment for you to come in. So the first place you should go is investment promotion office's website. For example, if you're coming to Tanzania, if you go to Tanzania Investment Center's website, that can be one way to get in. Another way is to try to look for business associations. For example, if you look at Tanzania Private Sector Foundation or the CEO Roundtable or Tanzania Startup Association, you can, and all of these guys are available online. I'm very sure if you look at ASEC, for example, for Kenya, Association of Ecosystem Enablers, or if you go to the website of East Africa Business Council, that's another platform that's going to give you access to the whole of East Africa business dealings and opportunities, and they can link you to these local ecosystem associations. So those are some of the places which you can actually go to kickstart. But for startup is a bit different. Let me be honest. If you are an investor looking to invest in a startup, I will not advise you to go to East Africa Business Council or Tanzania Private Sector Foundation. I will encourage you to go to 3 or 4 places. First, you have to attend local events that are targeting startup in those specific markets. So if it's Pivosis, if it's Sahara Sparks, if it's the one that VC for Africa do at the regional level, those are platforms where you can have a chance to start to understand about local ecosystem, because all players, local angel investors and startup will be attending them. So the marketplace and conferences is one of the first steps if you're an investor looking to come to a new market to attend. The second part is local innovation hubs and co-working spaces. This is where you can get a lot of information about startups. This is where you can get a lot of information about different players who are operating in that ecosystem. So if I come to Nigeria right now, whether I'm in Lagos, I'll try to see if I can go to, let's say, CC Hub, or if I can go to Innovation or any other innovation space, because that is like my gateway to that market to understand where they start up at that market and what are they doing. The other way for an investor looking to get into an investment landscape, especially for local startups, is the associations and the network. So things like Tanzania Blockchain Community or Tanzania AI Lab Community or Tanzania Startup Association, or we used to have something called DA Investors Drink, where people go out to meet with investors. So these are some of the platforms where if I'm a regional investor, or I'm coming from west to east or south to east, I would like to get involved with those platforms because it will give me access to the right people. So I would say investment promotion centers, if you are looking to invest in traditional high-profile big businesses, network of businesses such as CEO roundtables or private sector foundations. I would say also local innovation hubs. They can be used as landing spaces to new market. Business councils such as East Africa Business Council. All those are platforms for investors who are looking to come into these markets.
Thank you very much, sir, for Mr. Abel, I hope he answered your question correctly.
Yes, he did. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. So thank you very much, Mr. Jumani Ntambaliki, for that wonderful. So one thing I did was try to attend local events. It's just more like when you want to for you to get informed, you need informations. So for you to gather information, you need to attend local events, then gather them together. Then yes, it speeds you up to what you actually want to achieve. Are there any other questions from our wonderful audiences? Questions, please, before we go to the third guest speaker from the Northern region of Africa. Are there any other questions? Okay. On behalf of TAS, the Association of African Startups, I would like to appreciate you, Mr. Jumani Ntamaliki. I know it's Saturday over there. Here in Nigeria, Saturday is for Owambe. When we talk about Owambe party, so you see people already outside enjoying themselves, partying out. But it's a good time for us to also wait and also resonate on how far we can tap into the African economy and get the best of it. So thank you very much for your wonderful time and all the resources you've given to us. I don't know if there's a way maybe you could Okay, shares your slide. I don't know, maybe you could get through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
So
I will definitely share my slides,
okay,
and
sir.
let me just put some few resources in the chat. Can I
Okay, no
access
problem,
the
sir.
chat and receive
Yeah.
so that people can access? So that is our website, saharaventures.com. If you want to access, we do a lot of publications and report about startup ecosystems in Africa. You can also check Sahara Sparks on YouTube if you want to attend some of our conferences and events. If you want to come to Tanzania just to understand the market in East Africa, that's where you want to go. And also, you can check the website of Tanzania Startup Association. They've just published their 2023 report on how startup is impacting Tanzanian startup economy. So there's a lot of information also there. And for anyone who want to catch up with me personally, so my website is afuturist.africa. And also you can read my book, the diary of an African manager, where I wrote so much about how our ecosystem of startup and innovation has grown in Africa in the past 10 years. So thank you so much, colleague. I'm very humbled for this opportunity, and I'll be coming to Lagos and Abuja in July for the Mastercard Foundation ministerial meeting on edtechs, and I'll definitely love to visit us. Yeah.
Okay,
Great.
no,
Thank you
no
so much,
problem.
guys.
We'll be expecting. So some of our guest
All
speakers
right.
have said we'll come to Nigeria, so we'll be expecting you so well to actually have you around. Thank you very much. Thank you very
Guys,
much,
thank
Mr.
you
Jumani
so much,
Tambaleke. Yeah.
and
Do
have
do
a
enjoy your
blessed
weekend. Do enjoy your weekend very well. Do enjoy your weekend, sir.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, right. So just to quickly emphasize on what we've done so far before I have Felicita Aku to take us on the next lecture, I would like to say we had a product launch from through our CEO. So if you check the chat box, you see the link to actually tap into that opportunity for the next 72 hours. It's actually going for 30,000 as against the normal price of 100,000. And if you read through, you see a lot of reviews from persons who have actually had or taken through that bundle of building and guiding their wealth through intellectual property. Also, we have also some sites from our last guest speaker, from Mr. Jumani Tambaleke, as regards a whole lot he has put together and a lot of resources. And for those of us who want to tap into the Tanzania Startup Association, so we can actually do that. So to continue, I would like to take the bio of our next guest speaker, Felicita Aku, a senior partnership manager. Felicita Aku is a seasoned professional senior partnership manager at AfriLabs, a Pan-African innovation-focused organization that works with over 400 innovation hubs in 52 countries and other stakeholders to raise successful startups and entrepreneurs with extensive experience in corporate event management, corporate communications, project management, marketing, business development, and partnerships. She brings a wealth of knowledge to our role. Felicita holds a master's in business administration from Nexford University, USA, and a bachelor's degree in food science and technology from Michael Okpara University of Agriculture, Umudike, Abia State. Her career path led her to the private sector, particularly the technology and innovation space, where she discovered a passion for supporting youth empowerment and the growth of small businesses, with a special focus on female-led ventures. At the heart of Felicita's expertise lies her remarkable ability to engage and manage various stakeholders within the African entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystem. As a senior partnership manager at AfriLabs, she is responsible for marketing, business development, partner engagement and management, and also fundraising for the organization's program and events. A deep understanding of this ecosystem has been instrumental in forging strategic partnerships, facilitating collaborations, and driving the growth and success of initiatives that foster innovation and empower entrepreneurs through the continent. In her previous role as the event coordinator at AfriLabs, Felista demonstrated exceptional leadership by planning and organizing the 2019 annual gathering at the African Union headquarters in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. She also provided valuable support in planning the AfriLabs annual gatherings in Tanzania 2018 and Egypt 2017. Felista is not only an accomplished professional, but also an esteemed international conference speaker. She has had the privilege of representing AfriLabs at numerous conferences, leveraging her expertise and insights to inspire audiences across the globe. She's also a dedicated coach, mentor, trainer, and facilitator for various youth-focused capacity building initiatives across Africa. She has achieved notable success as a mentor on the Be Changemakers Africa (BCMA) competition, an initiative of the African Union and HP Foundation. Her mentee Solution AfriCity, a platform that provides accurate data that helps ventures in the education and healthcare markets understand the undeserved people and their needs. This also emerged as the winners of the 2021 edition of the program. Before joining AfriLabs, Felista led the business development team at Work and Connect Lab, where she played a pivotal role in developing marketing strategies and revenue generating models. Her efforts contributed to over 100% growth in the occupancy of their co-working spaces. She also managed and established program-related strategic partnerships with relevant agencies and institutions. Felista has previously worked as a research assistant for NGOs like Health, Safety and Delivery Foundation and Society for Family Health in Nigeria. She has further enhanced her skill set with certifications in marketing and communications, basic project management, and essential management skills from the International Management Institute in Berlin, Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, I present to you our speaker for the Northern region of Africa, Felista Aku, Senior Partnership Manager at AfriLabs. Over to you, ma'am.
Wow. Hi, Oyekasan. Just listening to you read all of those, I didn't realize that was the profile they sent to you. I apologize. That was just way too long, but thank you. Good morning, everyone. Please confirm that you can hear me.
Good morning to you, ma'am. We can hear you, ma'am.
Okay, great. It's really a privilege to be here with you all. I stand here representing my Executive Director, Anna Ikeledo, who is unavoidably absent. But I appreciate the task team for putting this together and for having me. Could you please enable me to share my screen?
Yes, you can share your screen now.
Okay. Okay. Please confirm that you can see my screen now.
Yes, ma'am, we can see it clearly, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much. So just to provide a bit of introduction about AfriLabs this time, in whose capacity I'm speaking here today. AfriLabs is a Pan-African network of innovation hubs on the continent. We are at the moment in 53 African countries and have a community of over 450 innovation hubs. Someone will wonder, what is a hub? Hubs are basically centers or physical centers that provide different forms of support to entrepreneurs. Everything from providing them physical co-working spaces to work from, to taking them through an incubation or an acceleration program, depending on the stages of these businesses, to facilitating access to investment opportunities for them, in mentorship, coaching, and the likes. So over the last 13 years, AfriLabs has served as a convener, right, facilitating cross-border collaboration between all the relevant stakeholders within the African innovation ecosystem. And by this, we are talking about relevant government institutions, development agencies, donor institutions, corporate hub leaders, because we really understand that the task of raising successful entrepreneurs on the continent is not such that a single stakeholder group can achieve, right? Which is why we create a platform, facilitating this engagement and ensuring that every single stakeholder contributes their quota in order to ensure a thriving innovation economy in Africa. And one of the platforms we leverage for this is our annual gathering that takes place in different African countries. This year, the event will be happening from the 6th to the 8th of November, and it will be in Cape Town, South Africa. If you're able to join us, we'd really love to welcome you there. Now, for every time I get the opportunity to talk about policy, it's interesting for me, but then I realized that the major reason why a lot of business owners or startups are not taking advantage of its full potential is because they are not aware, right? Which is why it's very important that we have these conversations. I will talk about some of the recommendations at the end of my presentations as to how, different business owners and startups can, really take full advantage of the various policies at their disposal. Now, Africa is a continent of immense potential with a youthful population that is eager to drive change and innovation. However, there are a lot of challenges, that are hampering their growth, everything from limited access to capital, inadequate infrastructure, regulatory hurdles, and the likes. In this context, government policies become critical in either enabling or impeding entrepreneurial endeavor. And North African governments from Algeria, Libya, Tunisia, Egypt, Morocco have advanced notable reforms to improve the investment environment over the last decade. Now, why is, Africa a thing? Like, why is it even important to, keep talking about how we can promote the continent, how we can harness the full potential of the continent. At AfriLabs also, we are very big on forming cross-border collaboration, right? So Africa, Europe, Africa, America, Africa, and other continents of the world. Now, Africa has a very a bulging youth population, right? Today, Africa's people are under the age of 30, and by 2025, 4 young people will be old enough to start working, right? So you see that, it's progressive, and that's youth population or youthful population creates immense opportunities that should be tapped into. And then the economic growth potential also, as GPD growth rate is promising, with several countries ranking amongst the world's fastest growing economies. And then there is this level of resilience that African startups have. I've traveled a little bit, and I can tell you, even from the news, you can tell, the number of startups that goes on to raise different series of funding to scale their businesses, exiting, becoming unicorns. Africa can really boast to be one of the highest rates of entrepreneurship globally. These startups are at the forefront of innovation, tackling real economic challenges and demonstrating resilience despite global market fluctuations. This is despite the challenges around infrastructure, deficiencies, regulatory complexity, and the likes. The continent also has a supportive ecosystem for tech startups, right? Initiatives like the incubators, accelerators, venture capital funds have emerged to provide critical support for the startups ecosystem, amongst others. Now, what is the impact of government policies in Northern Africa, but then I dare say across the continent even, right? When the right policies are in place, it goes a long way, a really long way in creating an enabling environment to thrive, and then providing soft landing for businesses that want to expand, and then going a very long way also in providing security, right, for those who want to invest or put money behind startups in specific countries. In this context, we are looking at Northern Africa. So there is the access to capital, there is a business registration and licensing where when governments are able to streamline the process of business registration and licensing, it can reduce bureaucratic hurdles and encourage more individuals to formalize their businesses. There is also the tax incentives, right? Tax policies that offer incentive for small and medium enterprises, such as reduced tax rates or tax holidays. All of these can, lower the cost of doing business and stimulate entrepreneurship. Education and training is really, really, really huge. And I'm everything for learning, right? The more you know, the better you can do. Which is why when I started my presentation, I talked about the fact that ignorance is one of the major issues that hampers, business owners and startups from taking tapping into the full potential or the opportunities and advantages of the policies that has been made available within their countries. There is infrastructure development issues, and then there is intellectual property protection. I was happy to, hear one of your teams, ATAS, talk about the intellectual property protection. I mean, if we're even going to talk about that as the only topic for this conversation today, we would have done well, because a lot of people are not aware of the subject matter of IP, how to protect their intellectual property, what are the relevant organizations in their countries that are responsible for that, how to go about it, and all of those kind of conversations. So it's interesting to know that you are thinking in that direction and having an activity to help people fully understand and take advantage of that. At AfriLabs, we do a lot of things. But if I were to identify 3 top areas that we are really passionate about, I would say capacity building, I'll say policy advocacy, and then I'll say access to investment opportunities. This will be top 3, of course, in addition to a couple of other things that we do. In 2022, during the AfriLabs annual gathering that was held in Zambia, we launched what we call the 10 policy pathways, right? And I mean, it's a very brief document. You can access it on our website. It's basically what we did with that was identify top 10 areas that we are encouraging different African governments to begin to consider in order to create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. The first is around promoting digital skills for inclusion and employment. Whilst we are big on youth empowerment, we are also very big on gender and inclusion. We want to ensure that whether you're a man, whether you're a woman, you are able to live up to your full potential. You're able to, successfully run a business, create jobs, and, contribute to the economy of the continent. The second is around encouraging entrepreneurship and startups through legislation. This is where we have all of the policy acts, startup bills, startup acts, and the likes. I'll be highlighting about 2 of those within the Northern African region shortly. The third is around creating an enabling environment to attract investments. I always tell people that you can do everything to build the capacity of startups, whether taking them through incubation or acceleration program. You can do all the coaching and mentorship. You can do all of that. But then it is very critical that we are able to unlock funding, right, for startups within our communities. So different African governments need to think about how they can make their countries investment ready or investment friendly. Yeah, I think that is the right word. The last speaker talked about Rwanda. I've been to Rwanda a couple of times. The Ministry of ICT in Rwanda is doing such an amazing job, when it comes to startup support, startup policy, just creating an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. They are doing so well, which is why this type of conversation is good. So when we have this type of conversations on a Pan-African scale, we create opportunity for us to also, learn from the more vibrant ecosystems by way of, regions that are already doing the right thing or that are already recording some level of successes, and then tap into what it is that they have done, to be able to get to where they are. And then others can, take advantage of those and adapt, of course, to local context, because not everything that works, in region A can be replicated word for word and expected to, work in that other region. The fourth is around adoption of pro-innovation tax policies, very important. So whilst you're attracting investment, tax is a big deal. Tax is a really big deal, for small businesses, for startups, and the likes. The fifth is around enabling an inclusive digital payment ecosystem, right? There is no business without exchange of, money. So it's important that digital payments be considered as a critical aspect where policies should be, put together for. The sixth is committing to the AfCFTA and open intra-Africa digital trade. We've heard a lot of times where we say it's even more difficult to do work within Africa than even outside of Africa. How can we, remove all of these barriers, even from transportation? Yeah. The seventh is on preserving digital rights and access to digital infrastructure. So important. The eighth is on promoting innovative use of data. Yes, I didn't mention that as one of my top three, but really, it's really, really dear to our heart also. It's important that business owners, have access to useful information and data for decision making. You don't want to work blindly. You don't want to, do things because you feel it looks good. Imagine starting a business, because in your mind, you have thought about it and you feel this is something very useful. This is something that the world would embrace, that the community would embrace without, doing your due diligence, doing your research, gathering your data, analyzing your data before making decision. So it's how are different governments approaching data? Do they even have a data bank? What ministry, what agency sits on such data? That is also very important. The ninth is around building an R&D capacity and protecting IP. And then the final is around simplifying public procurement for innovation. So these were the policies, the priority areas that we highlighted, and we are in discussions with different African governments trying to assess where they are around all of these verticals, where do they need help, and then we work with different partners to see how we can harmonize resources and support specific governments to take this forward. Now, I would like to narrow down a little bit on the Tunisia Startup Act, right? The Tunisia Startup Act, which is also known as the Startup Nation Law, was passed in 2018 as a way of promoting and supporting the growth and development of startups in Tunisia. The law basically makes it easier to start and register a firm and offers a variety of incentives for entrepreneurs, including tax cuts and access to finance. Now, the interesting insight I saw about this is the number of startups co-working spaces in Tunisia increased by 61.2%. That means there were 38 in 2018, and by 2019, they had increased to 62. And this was because of the Startup Act that was passed, just creating an enabling environment, just showing that, okay, there is potential. The government is willing to cooperate with the startup ecosystem to make sure that businesses thrive. I'm in Nigeria. I'm right here in Abuja. A few years ago, there was a startup in Lagos. They had a mobility solution. I think it's called Okada, but I'm not sure that's the name. They called the business, right? And then it took just one government policy, right, for that business to go down the drain. Now, we all understand that a lot of resources goes into building a business, and you want to be sure that whatever business you are going through is in compliance with the laws and the regulations and the policies that your country has put in place. So when you pick up the Startup Act, the Tunisian Startup Act, for example, as a Tunisian, you read through all of the policies, and how it affects you and how you can take advantage of those before you start a business. Imagine starting a fintech solution without knowing what the investment laws or what the monetary laws in your country is, right? You stand a great chance of losing the investment, that investors has made in your business, and even losing the business entirely. Now, the component of the Tunisia Startup Act has three major components. It has a legal framework that simplifies the startup launch process. It also has a 200 million pounds fund of funds established and allocated to specific verticals. It has a strategy to strengthen Tunisia ecosystem and hubs. Now, some of the benefits of the Tunisian Startup Act as it is, it provides a 1-year allowance for living costs for co-founders and shareholders. It provides a state of support for startup patent registration procedures and service charges at the national and international levels. It has a year off to fully commit to the launch and development of their startup. You know, everybody knows that the first 1-2 years of any startup is the most difficult, right? Imagine if your country has a policy that gives you a tax exempt, for example, you know, for the first 1 year, or, you know, whatever kind of policies or laws they have put around giving you a soft landing or just allowing you to start well, right? They have a portal for applying for startup classification. They have, you know, they give you the ability to open a specific foreign currency account and corporate tax exemption. And then investors benefit from tax deductible startup investments as well as capital gain tax exemption on profit from the sales of securities and the likes. Now, in Tunisia, or I mean, even generally, a lot of people ask, oh, okay, what makes a startup? At what point am I considered a startup? How am I different from a small business owner? And all of those. It's not always great to take some kinds of definitions and just take it hook, line, and sinker. You want to know, how does Nigeria define a startup? So when you go to the Nigerian Startup Act, for example, a startup is defined, right? And so are other clauses and terms and conditions. Now, it takes hard work, right? There is no way you are even going to have a full understanding of any, you know, policy or laws of your country as it relates to doing business in that country without taking time to really, really do a lot of reading, a lot of questioning, to understand what is there, which is why in all of these conversations we are having, knowledge is key, and you cannot gain this knowledge without going for it, right? Now, according to Tunisia, they have what they call the startup label, right? Which means for a startup to be for a business owner to be labeled a startup. For them, the startup label is a certification granted to innovative startup meeting specific criteria such as being less than 8 years old, founder ownership, high growth potential, and the likes, right? And the startup with the label enjoy tax exemption, social security contributions, and access to funding and mentorship program. So it means that for you to be a startup in Tunisia, yes, even if you have met all of the requirements, you still need to go and apply for a startup label, get that certificate, right? That shows that, yes, I am a certified startup based on the Tunisian definition of a startup. Now, the Act also provides startup grants, which means, you know, a non-repayable grant to help startup cover essential expenses such as product development, marketing, and operational costs. So only startups with the startup label can apply for this grant. An application must include a detailed business plan outlining the use of the fund. So if you're a business in Tunisia and you're not even aware of the Startup Act, then how are you even able to take advantage of the grants that is available to you? Then there is an international expansion support. The Tunisian government assists their startups in establishing a presence in foreign markets through partnerships with international incubators and accelerators. About 2 months ago, AfriLab signed a partnership MOU with the Saudi Arabia Ministry of Investment, right? And they committed to working with us to facilitate soft landing for African businesses that want to expand into the Saudi markets. And we are doing this thing on Africa and different countries. Next week or in 2 weeks' time, a team will be in Korea, you know, with the Korea Africa Foundation, where we're also going to sign an MOU. All we're trying to do is, we know that Africa has this huge potential, and then we are working with them to plug them into other continents that they are interested in expanding their businesses in. And yes, under the Startup Act for Tunisia, they are also doing this for businesses that want to expand out of the continent. How do you go about this? The Startup Tunisia has a platform where you can apply for the label and grants through the First Startup Tunisia platform. And this, the whole process is streamlined. Applications are reviewed by committees composed of industry experts, government officials, and investors. Now, Morocco has the Invest in Morocco policy. And it is a comprehensive strategy aimed at attracting foreign direct investments and supporting local businesses. And this is managed by the Moroccan Investment and Export Development Agency, AMDI. This policy provides various incentives and support mechanisms for investors and entrepreneurs. Now, what are the key components of this policy? There is an investment incentive, right? Where there is first the tax exemption. So new investors benefit from corporate tax exemptions for the first 5 years of operation. After that period, reduced tax rates apply. Now, there is also the customs benefit where exemptions from import duties and capital goods, materials, and tools required for business operations. There is a financial support where they also provide grants and subsidies for investments. They also have the free zone, the export processing zone. Businesses operating in these zones enjoy special tax breaks, simplified customs procedures, and infrastructure support. For this also, you can, go to the AMDI portal and then apply. Like I said earlier, you really cannot get all of the information you want in any event, even though we would keep advocating for young people, startups to immerse themselves in ecosystem events, engage as much as possible with ecosystem players, the hubs, the incubators, investors within your communities, and the likes. But then you would have to do work on your part to say, what are the relevant government institutions that I should be aware of that are driving these policies? When you get on their websites, take some time to read through. If there are things that you need to update your business on, right? Because there are certain funding that they will tell you, oh, what is your governance structure? You don't have. Where is your CAC? You don't have. All of those kind of, make sure that your books are right, and then you can take advantage of all the opportunities that exist within your country. Now, what are the business policies or laws that enhances growth and productivity in Northern Africa? I may have touched on those a little bit, when I started, where I decided to do a summary of what some of these laws looks like. There is an investment law, which provides incentives for domestic and foreign investors, including tax breaks, customs exemptions, and the likes. There is a companies law, which regulates the establishment and operation of companies. Okay, this is for Egypt specifically, but then for other Northern African countries. Then there is a micro, small, and medium enterprise development law, which is for MSMEs specifically. There is an intellectual property law that every business owner should also be aware. And this is largely around, protecting your intellectual property rights, including patents, trademarks, and copyright. Then we have the Startup Act. I think on the continent, we have about 8 countries that have, set up their Startup Acts. Nigeria is one of them, Tunisia is one of them, and a couple of other African countries. There is a commercial code, there's a labor code, there's a public-private partnership law that facilitates collaboration between the public and the private sector for infrastructure and development projects. So if you have this law, you could just take a screenshot of this slide, and then you can just check investment law in what country are you. You want to check that out. Company law in Nigeria, company law in Tunisia, company law in Kenya. Read about it, and then, of course, if you have a question, there are places you can channel your questions to. The last speaker, Jumani, he runs a hub in Tanzania. He had mentioned how that's one of the places where you can have all your questions answered is a hub. I'm talking about this way because we are a network of innovation hubs. And like I mentioned earlier, we have over 450 hubs in 53 African countries. So the first time I got to even know what a hub was in 2017, where we were working out of an innovation hub. And then I realized that, so a place like this exists where I can walk in with just an idea, and then somebody is willing to sit with me, listen to that idea, and then walk me through growing that idea into a sustainable business, helping me navigate all of the, legal requirements, policies, laws, and all of that. So having that in mind, whilst you are doing your research, if you can plug yourself into an innovation hub within your community, that would also go a long way to help you navigate the policies. So what are the relevant government agencies responsible for enforcing these laws? We have the General Authority for Investment and Free Zones, that's specifically for Egypt. We have the Information Technology Industry Development Agency, and we have that in different countries. We have the Central Bank, so Central Bank of Egypt, Central Bank of Tunisia, Central Bank of Nigeria. They are also responsible for enforcing some of these laws. Ministry of Communications and Information Technology, right? These ministries are called different things in different countries. Some call it Ministry of Digital Economy, Ministry of Communications and ICT, just different names, but largely doing the same work. There's a Tunisian Investment Authority, specifically in Tunisia. There's a Ministry of Industry, Trade and Green and Digital Economy, like different names like that. So you want to check what these agencies are in your country and see how you can work with them. Now, what are the common limitations to startup law or policies? Please, how many more minutes do I have?
You still have 20 more minutes, man.
Oh, okay. I'm even almost done. Anyway, so what are the common limitations to startup laws and policies? There is a bureaucratic red tape. So complex and time-consuming administrative process can delay the establishment and operations of startups. The last speaker also talked about this in his presentation, which is one of the things we have realized is when you're dealing with government, it can be highly, highly bureaucratic. So you see a lot of situations where they have the laws, they have the policies on paper, but in terms of actual implementation, it becomes a bit of a hurdle, right? It takes longer time than anticipated because yes, they are adopting technology somehow, but still there is a human part that has to happen at the back end. So you say, oh, submit this, submit this, submit that. All of those submissions has gone through. Maybe you're supposed to get a response within 3 weeks. The humans behind the scene or behind the platform who are supposed to maybe review and then get back to you begin to take a long time. Yes, that happens a lot. And then lack of awareness and information. A lot of entrepreneurs are not fully aware of the available policies, incentives, and the application processes, which is something I have talked about. And the only way you can be aware is if you commit to being aware. There was something I learned very early in my career. Well, it might not sound really good, but it makes a lot of sense to me and has really, really helped me in my career journey, which is it is better to ask stupid questions than to be stupid doing the wrong thing. A lot of times people want to just assume that, this is Nigeria now. And Nigeria is one of the big fours, the big fours, we're talking about Nigeria, Kenya, Egypt, and South Africa, right? So why should they not have a policy that would support entrepreneurs? Why should they not? And then you assume your way into your business and then you get frustrated at the end of the day. So ignorance is not even an excuse in this ecosystem. You need to know, you need to be aware, take every advantage, take every opportunity you have to connect with people and ask the right questions. There are a lot of ecosystem events happening, at different times. And for ecosystem events, they try as much as possible to bring the right people in the room. So we had an event with Intel recently in Abuja. We had a representative from the Ministry of Digital Economy, right? And then a couple of government institutions. You are a startup in that place. a representative from a government institution relevant to the work that you do attends an event, you sit down there and then you don't network. Maybe I can just quickly add this as a bonus. Something I always do. You may say that, of course, she has to do that. She's a business developer. She's a partnerships person. She's a stakeholder engagement expert. If she does not engage, who will? But there is nobody that should be networking more than a business owner, more than a startup. So I learned this from a friend who is currently the senior advisor to the Anambra State governor. So you go to an event, you try to, before now, I used to be very highly introverted. I could be in a room where my mind tells me that, look, it's important to connect with this person. And then I am like, oh, how do I start? Where do I start? You know, and then maybe when you summon the courage to go meet the person, you're not even sure of what to say, how to go about it, or you just collect the person's card and then you go back, you send an email. The person is meeting 1,001 people. How is he going to remember that it's you, right? So she shared a tip with me that when she goes to an event, so before she even goes to an event, she tries to map out from maybe the speakers or the attendees or whatever, the kinds of people she wants to meet with. And then she tells herself that, okay, when I get into this event, I'm going to connect with ABC. So when she gets there, there are so many ways you can start a conversation without, nobody's asking you to meet somebody on a first meeting and then you're like, oh, we are raising funds, we need funds. No, that's not it. But you can look for a humorous way, maybe start with a compliment, maybe the person spoke, you know, on a panel, you would have taken note of one or two things that stood out for you. And then maybe during the tea break, during the lunch, you walk up to the person, hi, my name is this, I am the that, you know, your session was really impactful. Say one or two things, get a person's card. So what my friend taught me is when she gets the card, or she would take a photo with you and make sure she gets your WhatsApp number. After which she would send you the picture and then introduce herself. So let's take example. Hi, Mr. This person, it was a pleasure meeting you. This is Felista Ako, Senior Partnerships Manager of AfriLabs. And then I'll put my country because most times you meet some of these people on international platforms. You don't want them guessing. Now, when you do that, you are registering a presence. The person is not making mistakes about who you are, all of that. And then later, you can look for how to start the conversations and all. But now, as it relates to policies, when you go to that kind of event and then somebody, you can ask questions on the spot. Maybe, okay, while you were speaking, I was wondering, how is this done? How can somebody assess this? You ask questions. You can also have broader business opportunities beyond, you know, policy conversations as a startup using this process. Now, there is also the issue around inconsistent implementations. Policies may be inconsistently applied or enforced across different regions or sectors. Limited access to finance, you know, despite available incentives, accessing funding can still be difficult due to stringent requirements and limited financial infrastructure. I know that if they ask 10 startups, what's your major challenge? You know, I'm very sure that 80% of them will say finance, even though I don't believe that is like the most, but yes, to a reasonable extent, a lot of businesses are struggling, really struggling with, you know, fundraising and financing for their business. There is the issue of corruption and nepotism. You know, corruption and favoritism can hinder fair access to resources and opportunities. It's really fascinating to see how Rwanda has made significant strides, not just, you know, by technology adoption, digitization and the likes, but then when we say zero tolerance for corruption, my goodness, it is on another level. And you realize that sometimes where you stay can have sort of a negative influence on you that you don't even realize it. So I'll share something that happened to me. I was in Rwanda 2 weeks ago. So when I was getting into the aircraft to return, I had some Rwanda friends with me. And I felt like, I don't need it anymore. Why should I come to Nigeria with it? So I felt like I was just going to give it to any worker I see in the airports as per, like, just take. Ladies and gentlemen, there are zero tolerance for corruption. In my mind, that wasn't corruption, because I was not even giving it to them for anything. Like, I am leaving your country, I just want to give you something. The person refused. I was like, wow. In the same airport where other countries, you have workers almost, begging you literally to say, oh, anything for us. Here is a country where nobody's asking you, and then you're saying, you know what, just take maybe for lunch, and then they are rejecting it. But we really cannot say this about every other African country, right? Which is why corruption is really, really a thing in a lot of countries. Then there is the insufficient infrastructure, inadequate infrastructure such as poor internet connectivity, lack of co-working spaces and limited logistics and the likes. And then there is a cultural and social barriers, where cultural attitudes towards entrepreneurship can sometimes be negative or risk adverse, especially for the women, some kind of women. So how can entrepreneurs navigate some of these challenges that we have talked about? You have to leverage digital tools and platforms. So utilize online portals and platforms provided by government and non-government organizations to access information, apply for incentives, and connect with support networks. The fact that we have, bureaucratic bottlenecks, we have, corruption as one of the challenges and all of that does not mean that you're going to fold your arm and say, I'm not going to give this a chance or a trial at all. So since our government or some of these governments in Northern Africa are beginning to, embrace technology, they have a portal for doing XYZ, for registering your business, for getting your licenses, for applying for opportunities and the likes. Take advantage of those and then send. What you can then do is, if the turnaround time when you're supposed to get like a response is, say, 3 weeks or a month, and then it's been over a month, you haven't heard back, then you can devise other means to follow up or just check back to see the status of your application. I read something very profound yesterday. My boss sent me something. Someone made a post on LinkedIn that no is better than maybe. I'm like, whoa. I mean, in fundraising, it can be a very, very challenging landscape, right? So when you meet a potential funder, it's better they tell you, oh, no, we are not able to fund at this time for 1 or 2 reasons, than tell you maybe, and that maybe can take another 7 months, you're hoping, and eventually they might even ghost you. So they say no is not the worst response you can get, maybe is. So embrace no as a better response and then pivot. So no might be an opportunity for you to pivot, an opportunity, maybe it's because it's the wrong timing, it could be for any reason, right? So also I'm telling you today that when you apply for these things, when it's time for you to follow up and ensure you get a response on the status of your application. Then engage with business networks and associations. Now, we are in an association, TAS, right? Join local and international business networks, startups, incubators, industry associations to stay informed about policies, receive mentorship, and share experiences. I'm sure that by the end of today's event, a couple of you would leave here, if not everyone, better informed, just knowing where to access information, knowing how to go about it, knowing whom to connect with. Like Jumani said, he said, connect with me. Sometimes the people that even have the knowledge that we need and we think they are very much inaccessible, that's not true, right? A lot of people are very, very passionate about the ecosystem, very passionate about startup growth, and are willing to provide support. Yes, they might not be able to do it one-on-one, which is why they have different platforms, or aggregator platforms where one information passed can benefit 1,000 people without having to have, the one-on-one engagement. Seek legal and professional advice. You could hire a legal and financial advisor who specializes in startup laws and policies to navigate the complexities of administrative procedures and compliance. However, you don't even have to do that if your business is not at that level. One of the things that incubator and accelerator hubs provides are other add-on services, right? Legal services, financial advisory, and the likes, giving you room to be able to get access to these services at a highly discounted rate. So if you were to hire a full-time legal advisor and be paying that person monthly, it will be a lot of money. And how much services are they even providing for you in a month that you now have to have them on retainership and pay them personally as a startup who is just building a business? But when you are connected with an innovation hub, you are able to have access to these services, because a lot of innovation hubs have like their legal advisors, and then from time to time they have sessions to talk about specific thematic topic around legal nuances. Same for finance, same for other kinds of activities within the hub. Advocate for policy reforms. So it's important that you as a startup or a business owner engage in advocacy through startup communities and business associations to push for more transparent and entrepreneur-friendly policies. I know that the approach taken in putting together a startup act or a bill is a co-creation approach where the committee responsible tries as much as possible to have all the relevant stakeholders on the table. So the government stakeholders are there, the hub leaders are there, the startups themselves are there, legal advisors, and all of those kinds of stakeholders. So as much as possible, if you get the opportunity to contribute to such conversations, oblige, so that your voice can be heard, so that your perspective can be considered and even integrated into what is being built at the end of the day. Build relationships with government officials. I've said that before. So you can establish connection with officials in relevant government agencies to gain insight, expedite processes, and the likes. Develop a robust business plan. You should, as a business owner, always have a comprehensive business plan that clearly outlines your startup goals, your strategies, your financial projections to meet funding and incentive requirements. I have been in this ecosystem for 7 years, so I have had the privilege of, listening to pitches, right, by startups. And I tell people that if you were to have just 2 minutes with a potential investor, what would you be talking about? It can be like a hard nut to crack, but in putting together your business plan, of course, that gives you room to exhaust all of the information. But as a business owner, your elevator pitch should just be at the tip of your finger, any day, anytime. Just be willing and ready to talk about your business at every opportunity that you get. Focus on innovation and differentiations. So emphasize unique value proposition aspects of the business to stand out in applications for funding. Because trust me, if there's $1 million to be won today, there will be a lot of businesses, scrabbling for that same $1 million. So how are you making your application stand out, right? Why should an investor consider you instead of applicants? And all of these are the kinds of supports that an incubator or an accelerator would offer you. Utilize local resources and infrastructure. Take advantage of local resources such as So this has come out again, and I would really encourage every business owner in this call, if you haven't gone through an incubation or an acceleration program, or haven't had any engagement with the hub, I would really encourage you to consider doing that, as it would go a long way to helping you with your business. I think I am now at the end of my presentation. I'm happy to take questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Felista, for that wonderful presentation. Like, it was really enriching, for the fact that you had to cut across a whole lot, especially when you have to do with the 10 policy pathways, and also how, when one encounter a potential sponsor, or when you encounter someone who can actually finance your startup business, what do you have to say to those persons and how to connect? Despite you being an introvert, you still give us a very useful tip. And last night, while going through your profile, I saw corporate events management, and I'm like, you're an MCO, yeah, you need to connect with folks. So at least you have to tap into the entertainment industry, to the events industry, to actually get yourself also into that African market. You did a lot of symposium for 2018, 2019. I also like to also travel to all those countries too, and also be the compere for the event.
I'm already inviting you to Cape Town.
You are inviting me to Cape Town?
I'm inviting you to
Okay.
Cape Town.
Okay, then I will work on my visa. I will work on my visa. Then I will work on my visa.
We would even help you process your visa, because South Africa can be a hard nut to crack when it comes to visa. So for everyone who wants to attend, we would also work with you to ensure you get your visa. Yeah.
Okay, no problem. I would make sure I contact you on that. I guess that's my first step of getting out of Nigeria first, to tap into the African market. So thank you very much, Felista Ako. I would like to take questions from the audience. I feel there should be questions for you, especially as regards connecting with potential people. The taking of I learned something, that taking of the picture and then sending it to them, then contacting them would actually work a lot, because
it's actually a game changer. So this person who was giving me this recommendation had done this, like she's really done this. So what I want you to understand is, as a business owner, connection is very important, and it opens door in a way you can't imagine. So 2 years ago, I had applied for a Schengen visa and I didn't get it, right? And then I reached out to this, my friend who taught me this. And then she's like, oh, the ambassador of Nigeria to Portugal, oh, he's my friend. I'm like, what do you mean? How? I don't understand. And then next thing, she got me an invite and then a letter. I got to the embassy and I got my visa like this. What was that? Connection, right? And then when I went to India, I met with the former ambassador of Nigeria to India, and I was excited, telling her that, oh, look, this tip you taught me is working. I met this person. He's like, is it this person? I said, yes. And then she sent me a photo he took with that person, that ambassador of India, at an event. I'm like, really? Now, when they say that your net worth is your network is your net worth, it might sound like a cliche, but for a business owner, you want to be able to say you are in Nigeria, you want to do something in Kenya. There are so many opportunities to connect that you had missed. Somebody in Egypt, so many opportunities you connected with Egypt's people you missed. So why waste such opportunities, right? Think about it from a business perspective. It's very important. Very, very important.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. I would ensure I work towards, and I implore our audiences to also try to work towards getting used to things like that, because we get to meet these persons on various events that we'll go to. They get to meet a lot of 1,000 persons. They know that when they get them like this, they will get a lot of calls, messages. So something must be unique.
So you get lost.
Yes. So yeah. So
literally.
You need.
Thank you, Joy. I see you. Thank you, Joy.
Thank you very much, Felista Aku. In the absence of no questions, I would like us to actually call this section to a close, and I would like to appreciate you so much, and your boss also, for giving us your time, your resources towards the successful planning of this wonderful symposium. Even though silver or gold, none that we do have, but then we just need to be grateful and thankful for the wonderful resources so much. So thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye.
Yeah. Bye, and you too.
Yeah.
So that was a wonderful one from Felista Aku, a senior partnership manager at AfriLabs, for that wonderful one. So let me quickly just take us through a breakdown. We've had 3 of our guest speakers take us through various regions of Africa. We had the southern region of Africa. We had the northern region, which was taken by Felista Aku, then the eastern region by Jumani Ntambalike, who talked more about being trying to tap into the tech world of the eastern region. So I believe we've had so much. Then we have just 2 more speakers to go. But before then, we would have to take a product launch from our president, Just Omomoibe. Then also we would have a 10 minutes break for us to also have a recess. And then we'll come back immediately after the 10 minutes break to have our 4th guest speaker, Mr. Evans Edebo, for Central Region in Africa. Then we have Just Omomoibe for the Western Region in Africa. Then a product launch again before we call this wonderful symposium to a close. So I would like to put us in the good hands of our beautiful and resourceful president as she takes the product launch for the next 5 minutes for the next 5 minutes before we go on for our break. Over to you, ma.
Thank you so much. Mrs. Just presently is not on the call, so I'll be the one doing it again. Thank you so much, our speakers. I have learned a lot. Being who I am also trying to look at how to do things better with the members we have at the Association of African Startups. So I'll say thank you, and thank you so much for connecting with me and connecting with TAS and everyone. So quickly, I want to talk about the cost that we have. Now we have seen and understood thus far that for you to be able to penetrate regions, for you to be able to scale your business, for you to be able to do so many things, you need to understand, create, manage, distribute your intellectual property. These are the knowledge, these are the things that your company has to create wealth. Now, when it comes to intellectual property, most of us have seen intellectual property as just, I have branded my name, I have trademarked my name, I have done a copyright on my name and all that. Then based on what goes on social media, we are good to go. Please mute your mics, please. We are good to go, right? So now, that is a wrong approach to looking at intellectual property. When it comes to intellectual property, you need to understand that there's a strategic position. There are ways there are things you can protect, things that don't need to be protected, things that you can look at before you protect, things that you need to look at the vision of your company before you protect. There are ways to collaborate in the research. I saw our last speaker was talking about R&D. We touched that too in the course. There are things you need to look at before you protect. There are strategies, right? Let me quickly share one that was shared quickly in the course. For example, you have a functional product, right? You can patent it first, which goes on for like 20 years. Then you trademark or you copyright the advertisement that you use for it so that your brand, so people know that this is for your brand, right? That goes on for a long while. That is me just really shortening it down. So there are strategies the way you can protect your products. There are strategies the way you can protect your innovations. There are strategies the way you can protect these things. And yes, like our speaker said, it varies in different regions, right? And we covered all this, and you get this at a discount. It's a steal for the price we're about to give you, honestly. Even at the original price, which is 100,000, it's a steal, right? But then, being who we are like, okay, let's give you a 70% discount for just 72 hours. So you get it for 30,000. My colleague is posting the link in the group chat. You can check it out. If you have questions, you could always reach out and ask those questions, right? And for that, to even with purchasing the course, we're also going to get the Creating Legacies with Limited Resources course. In that course, you would understand what disruptive innovation is, and this is what really makes you a startup being disruptive, right? Disruptive innovation, you understand different resources that you have. It is not only until you have huge amounts of money, right, before you can innovate. You also learn about that. You would also learn what innovation means to your industry. Sometimes you go about innovating things that are not necessarily things that would build wealth. So you will learn about that also. Even in the course, we talked about 12 ways in which you can deploy innovation. Because most times when it comes to innovation or getting intellectual property and innovation, the one thing we look at is offering, right? There are like 5 dimensions that you can push innovation in your business system. 12 actually, right? We talked about 12. So this is a cost we need to see. It came from the legal perspective. It came from industry knowledge. It is really packed, right? So do check the link. And then assess the cost. While our next speaker is going to come in by 1:15, right? So that's the time allotted, 1:15. We are going to go on a short break, so you can stretch your legs, and be available at 1:15. We don't do African time. We are going to start at exactly 1:15. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Abiola Odesonya. So please, let's go for a break. We are Africans, but we don't do African time, please. 1:15, we are back. Thank you very much, and do have a lovely short break. Yeah. I hope we are back on the call. Please, if you can hear me, just signify by just give me a response.
Yes, I'm back.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Okay, so we are back, and now we just have two more guest speakers before we call the symposium a close for today. So quickly, I would like to run down to the program of events to keep everyone of us abreast of what we have next. So we'll be having our next guest speaker from the Central region in Africa. That's Mr. Evans Edebo. Then next we have wonderful presidents who would also be doubling as our guest speaker for the Western region in Africa, just Omomo Ibe. They would be telling us on how to tap into the opportunities as entrepreneurs in those regions. Then we have a product launch, then the closing remarks. So to call on Mr. Evans Edeba, I'll be taking a short bio of him before he takes over the call. Evans Edebo, Additional Director General of African Continent's Global Council for the Promotion of International Trade, GCPIT, is an international trade policy and trade law expert who excels in helping businesses, products, services, and brands to thrive in the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, a market of 1.3 billion consumers valued at 3.4 trillion US dollars in terms of combined GDP. An accomplished chief financial officer and a certified business development consultant with over 14 years of experience across manufacturing, international non-profit, information technology, management consultancy, and international trade and development. Over the years, Evans has served as an application reader, Mandela Washington Fellowship for Young African Leaders, US Department of State, TEF mentor, the Tolunilumelu Foundation, George African Business Heroes, Jack Ma Foundation, as a mentor in youth startups and scale-up labs, Faith Foundation, and most recently, Speaker, African Union Commission for African Youth Startups Pavilion, Intra-African Trade Fair, IATF 2023 in Cairo, which underscores his commitment to sustainable youth development and inclusion in Africa. Within the last few years, his commitment and leading role in supporting the growth of African businesses and contributing to the continent's economic transformation across the AFCFTA market landscape has impacted directly on over 20,000 women, youths, and MSMEs, giving them the ability to navigate the market complexities, to convert opportunities to concrete transactions, adapt to the policy and market at scale, improve on their trade crafts, position their brand to increase visibility and engagement, maximize market access strategies, drive growth and revenue targets, increase market share and dominance while staying ahead of the competition. Currently, Evans serves as the Additional Director General, African Continent, Global Council for the Promotion of International Trade, GCPIT, AFCFTA Engagement Lead Advisor, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry Annual Lagos Trade Fair, LITF, and MD/CEO of PABL Solutions Limited, a registered trade service organization based in Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you our renowned and esteemed guest speaker for the Central region in Africa, Mr. Evans Edebo. Thank you very much, sir. Over to you. We can't hear you, sir. Can you actually check if am I the one not hearing him clearly?
Sir, please, maybe if you take off your
Your
earpiece, you
earphone, yes. If you can take
yes,
off your earphone, it will be better.
we can't hear you, sir.
I'm sorry for the glitch. While Mr. Evans is trying to sort out, the little issue with his audio. So I just kindly try to make use of it without the earphone. Maybe it will work out well. So I would like to use this opportunity to once again thank our sponsors who have put their resources together and been an headline for this wonderful symposium. I would like to thank Sarah Ventures, the Office of Nkomdi Sigumede, who was also one of our guest speakers, PABL Solutions. Also special thanks to our Northern Region speaker and also TIP Fellowship, the Just Ebe Company, and also the Association of African Startup Stars for this wonderful opportunity. So, Mr. Evans, can you say something? Let's see if I can hear you clearly. We can't still hear you, sir, or am I the only one? I'm trying to confirm. Please, if you can hear him, you can let me know through the chat box, please.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, we can hear you clearly now, sir.
Oh, you can hear me clearly now?
Yes, sir. So you can go on, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me here. I'm sure it's been a wonderful experience. Congratulations, everyone, on the African Day celebration. All right, let's go straight to what we have in this session. I wanted to share my screen. Would you allow me? Is it possible?
Yes, sir.
Share?
You can share it. Let me see if once you are the host, you'll be able to share it. She's currently working on that. Okay, yes, sir. You can share it now. You can share it now.
All right, 1 minute.
Okay, sir.
Let me know once you're able to see my screen.
Yes, sir. We can see your screen so well now.
You can see my screen so well?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. So briefly, in the next few minutes, we're going to be looking at demystifying business policies that enhances the growth and productivity of African entrepreneurs in the Central African region. All right, we're looking at expected outcome in this conversation. We're looking at, we're trying to create awareness about the business policies and law that enhances growth and productivity in this part of Africa, as the Central African region. And then also, we're trying to spotlight the governmental institutions and agency that enforces this policy and how to assess them. So you know where to go and who to speak to, okay, at every point in your entrepreneurship journey. And then also we're looking at discussing two of these laws and policies, okay, that affect, that's actually shaping the growth and productivity and the future of the entrepreneurship ecosystem in Central region of Africa. And then also we're looking at limitations, okay, to the application of this law. What has been their challenges, okay, and how can you find your way around and how can you navigate them. Let me just also add that I'm looking at, probably as part of the takeaway in this symposium, in this program, okay, if we could have a Pan-African, if we can build a Pan-African entrepreneurship ecosystem support mechanism, okay, this is something I would like to actually discuss, okay, maybe after this, so that away from this conversation, this symposium, we could actually see how we can design, build, and launch a Pan-African entrepreneurship ecosystem, okay, that will be providing from incubation to acceleration and technical support. Basically, doing hand-holding of these entrepreneurs to navigate these laws and policies. Okay, right. Now, let's quickly move to the next slide. So let's have an overview. These are the regional blocks. According to the African Union, these are the 8 regional blocks that is recognized as far as the African continent, okay, is concerned. Okay, So these are the regional blocks. And then we're focusing on ECAs. I'm sure you've had conversation around these other regional blocks, and probably after this conversation too, you're still going to be having conversation around some of these economic communities or regional blocks. So, but our focus is on ECAs. Okay, now we're looking at the economic community of Central African state. Okay. This is basically the regional body or the regional institution that regulates, that governs, okay, basically economic activities in this part of Africa. So if we are going to be looking at the productivity and growth, we're looking at policies and programs, initiatives, laws, legal framework that regulates, that shapes, okay, the future of entrepreneurship or businesses in this part of Africa. So we would be starting from here, away from your national policies and institutions, okay, and all of that. So we're going to be starting from here, okay. That's the economic community of Central African state. It is made up of about 11 countries. So you have Angola, Burundi, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Chad, Congo, Brazzaville, Democratic Republic of Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, Rwanda, Sao Tome, and Principe. Please, if you're from any of this region, if you're from any of this part of Africa, could you just please you could indicate on the chat box if you are if you're from this part of Africa. Right, so let's quickly look at the objective of ECAs. Okay, the economic community of Central African state. Number one is trade and economic integration. Now, this is so very important because at the end of the day, our businesses, our organization actually comes on the days. Okay. So we're looking at as part of this objective specifically seeks to promote intra-regional and economic integration among member states. This includes effort to harmonize trade policies, reduce trade barriers, facilitate the movement of goods and services. Okay. Remember, we're looking at businesses, we're looking at a viable business, a viable idea that you are willing to exploit, okay, both to create profit and also social impact. At the end of the day, it boils down to commercial activities, it boils down to goods and services that you are providing, okay, in order to meet the need and also for social impact. So this is one of the objectives in order to promote, okay, trade and create a good business environment, okay, by reducing the barriers, basically, whatever it is that impede, whatever it is that hindered, whatever it is that make it difficult more than what is necessary regarding the movement of goods, services, regarding the production, regarding starting your business and all of that. So under this is part of the objective what ECAs seeks to address among member states. And then we also look at infrastructure development. That is also part of the objective, talking about road transport network, talking about power energy system, talking about telecommunication infrastructure to enhance and improve connectivity, right, and then payment infrastructures and all of that. So it's part of the objective that ECAs seeks to achieve. Then also we have peace and security. You see, the importance of peace and security cannot be overemphasized when it comes to, okay, having a conducive environment, okay, where you can go about your business. So this is also part of what they seek to achieve, okay, to promote businesses, welfare, enhance growth and productivity, okay. And then we talked about social and human development, education, healthcare, intervention policies and program regarding poverty alleviation and all of that. Then we talk about natural resource management, including forestry, solid minerals, wide and marine resources in order to ensure responsible exploitation and conservation. Okay, that's part of the objective. And then we'll talk about regional cooperation and integration. You see, the basis of international trade or international economy is the fact that no country is self-sufficient, no region is self-sufficient, no nation is self-sufficient. Each not country, nation has their own natural endowment, have their own area they have achieved, specialization, perhaps due to research and development and all of that. So as a result, this is what informed the need why we should trade. You are very good at producing, let's say B, for instance, B products. I'm very good at producing A product. So we would have to find a way to come together so that we'll be able to carry out business, okay, and all of that. So ECAs too seek to integrate, okay, remember the countries that come together to decide to create ECAs, right? And even at that, as a regional bloc, they also seek to build business relationship with other regional blocs in Africa. Remember, we have 7 others. There are 8 recognized by AU, and all of that thereby enhances business growth, okay, productivity, creating new opportunities and markets, okay, for businesses. So these are because some of the objectives that ECAS to achieve. But even at that, there's been challenges. ECAS has faced a lot of challenges in terms of realizing these goals, including limited financial resources, right? I think very much we're aware that most of African countries were being aided, especially sub-Sahara Africa. We depend so much on aids, okay? And as a result of that, he that pays the piper determines the tune. So when you are given the aid, you are told what to do with the money. It's not really about what you want to do with the money. It is about what whoever that has given you that aid to do with the money. So this has affected the level at which ECAS is able to finance, sponsor its activity. The institutional capacity constraint, we're talking about institutions, okay, their capacity, okay, to interact and to interface, to comply with ECA, because we're not looking at a much more bigger economic community. This is not just only your country. So you have to interface with 10 other countries, right? So in the area of institutional capacity, there's been a constraint there. Then one of the greatest challenges of ECAS has been political instability in some member states. There have been wars, there have been civil wars, there have been wars that have been ranging for a very long time. There have been a lot, okay? There have been coup among member states, okay? It's simple. Perhaps if we have a meeting, for instance, and we say this is what we're going to do tomorrow, and before tomorrow, the person who is supposed to be our contact person in that country is no longer in power. So it means whatever we have discussed is automatically suspended, pending on when that country would get stabilized. And at the end of the day, the new government that is coming in could say, I'm not interested. Whatever you people have discussed, I'm not interested. And then that's it. So there have been a lot of challenges in this area, okay? Even at that, but the organization, as a regional bloc, has continued to strive, okay, in terms of, okay, to achieve some of the objectives. Now, let's look at under still limitation, basically in terms of growth, for instance, as an economic policy, as a regional institution, these are some of the criteria to actually measure the performance of these regional economic blocks, okay? So you have in terms of free trade area, custom union, single market, in terms of the implementation of the free movement, protocol on free movement, and the economic and monetary union. Okay, so what these regional economic bloc, what they seek to achieve is to create a free trade area among member states. When we're talking about a free trade area, we're talking about reducing both tariff and non-tariff barriers. Non-tariff barriers are any other policy or measures or program or interventions of the government that is put in place, right? And that is now unnecessarily is now a barrier to trade, okay, to the free flow of goods, services, is now a barrier. So we call it a barrier, even though it was actually set up to achieve a legitimate purpose. Let's say, for instance, sanitary and phytosanitary measure, okay, that has to do with certification, that has to do with compliance with standard, let's say the product you are into, certification regarding your products, labeling standard, packaging standard, and all of that. Fine. All these measures were put in place in order for us to have quality product, for us to have product that is healthy for both human consumption, for animal consumption, for us to have a product that is free of pest and disease, okay, and all of that, that is safe for consumption. But at the end of the day, you find out that some of these measures, in terms of implementation, some people, some institutions, governments, implementation authorities, and some officials within the system are now capitalizing on this to make it much more difficult. Let's say, for instance, instead of online application where you have to submit your documents online, okay, they said it's manual, it's not online. Okay, and let's say, for instance, in Nigeria, for instance, the capital is Abuja. So they tell you, you have to travel to Abuja to submit this document. That's already a problem for you. To go to Abuja to manually submit and do manually follow up. And you have another to fulfill within 2 weeks. You have another to fulfill. And then you have to, so unnecessarily, it is now a big problem. Is now hindering growth and productivities of businesses, of entrepreneurs. So this is now constituting a non-tariff barrier, okay? And you have a lot of them, okay? So part of the objective, the overall, is to have a free trade area to allow businesses to thrive. And if you look at the chart that we have here, ECAs have not been able to, ECAs have been able to achieve that in terms of creating a free trade among these member states, 11 member states, where tariff, okay, from next to zero tariff when your goods are circulating, when you are trading among these 11 countries, okay? And then also in terms of a custom union. So it means they have been able to establish a common custom union. So this means that the product that are allowed to trade within this region not have a uniform custom identification in terms of tariff that is applicable, chargeable, in terms of the HSE code, product identification and description. So it is uniform. So that means that when you are in Angola, for instance, and you want to export to Central African Republic, okay, the product under the particular tariff code that you're exporting and the product description is the same. So it's not as if you are now speaking different language and all of that. ECAS has been able to achieve that. But talking about in terms of single market for goods and services, that is still pending. They haven't been able, except they haven't been able to achieve that. When we're talking about a single market, we are talking about removing restriction from the goods and services that we have agreed to be traded among us. Okay, for instance, let me use, for instance, in terms of services, for instance, let's say medical. In Nigeria here, for instance, we have Nigerian Medical Association. So in order to create a single market under that, under health, right, it means that the person who is certified or who is licensed by the Nigerian Medical Association would not require a license again to practice in Ghana, for instance. Okay, let me use ECAS for an example. So let's say Angola. So whoever that is licensed by the Angolan medical or health authorities shouldn't require the license again to practice in Chad or in Cameroon or in Democratic Republic of Congo. So if we're able to achieve that, remove these restrictions or to collapse it into a single professional certification requirement, beautiful. ECAS hasn't been able to achieve that. So that's the challenge in terms of goods and services. But in terms of free movement, they too still haven't been able to achieve that. We just have only 4 out of 11 that have been able in terms of free movement. Okay, I think Angola has free movement. Okay, and then 3 other countries, okay, where you don't require a visa to travel to that country. And we all know that free movement is vital to doing business, okay, to doing business. For instance, the richest man in Africa, who happens to be a Nigerian, and that's Haji Dangote. The other time, I think over the week, he was lamenting that he, for instance, would require over 35 visa to go around Africa, 35 visa, whereas someone that is holding a French passport may not even require a visa. So it means this person has an advantage more than we Africans, because if the richest man in Africa, despite his investment and everything, will still need a minimum of 35 visas to visit some countries, then it means that, so that's still a challenge. ECAS haven't fared so much in that area. And then also in terms of economic and monetary union, that's a huge problem for Africa. We are not there yet. You could also see some other economic region here, So as a result of these, this is what led us to a better, another trade policy, another policy or law, basically a legal instrument, okay, as a result of the challenges, as a result of the limitations, as a result of the failure, the weaknesses of this regional economic community trading bloc. And this is what lead us to a much more better one. And we talked about the AFCFTA. This is the second and the last one we're going to look at. I'm sure many of us we've heard about AFCFTAs. Okay, let me just quickly say this. AFCFTA is both a trade policy and also agreement, a legal framework, and also a market. Okay, AFCFTA means African Continental Free Trade Agreement. It is a policy, a trade policy, a legal instrument that created the African Continental Free Trade Area. So let us not, it depends on the context you are using it. So it's both a trade policy, a Pan-African trade policy that addresses the issue of African trade agenda by Africans and for Africans. So the objective of AFCFTA is to create a single market among the 54 African countries, among the 55 actually. All the 54 are now signatory to the agreement. They have all signed the agreement, except just one country, that is Eritrea, that's still pending. So it seeks to create a single market. And then in terms of population, we're looking at 1.4, is now 1.4 billion African consumers. If you look at the combined GDP of this 1.4, we're looking at 3.4 trillion USD. That is away from the market potential of the digital trade, which is valued at about 16 trillion USD. So quickly, let's look at the objective of AFCFTA. We'll talk about promoting intra-African trade. You see that if you look at the trade, the history of trade, the history of Pan-African trade in the continent, you find out that it's not so very beautiful. The narrative is not so very beautiful. Why? Because trade patterns were set during colonial era. Okay, so most of this trade pattern is towards the West, is towards largely, basically, toward the West, these historic trade patterns that were set. So from day one, it has been unfair to Africa. It has been unfair because it was not created for us based on our growth aspiration or trajectory, but it was actually designed to suit, okay, our colonial masters then. In a nutshell, it was actually to exploit. That's the truth. Because when you look at it, that has actually kept us as a commodity-based powerhouse of the world, and they want to keep us that way. Just only commodities. That is what we are providing. That's basically raw materials. But right now we're talking about value added. We too want to start creating value addition and to promote value addition to our product, because processed product is of more value compared to commodities. Most of these trade patterns were set, okay, for Africa to start exporting commodities. So AFCFTA seek to promote intra-African trade in terms of removing tariff, eliminating tariff and non-tariff barriers, and also to promote value addition and regional value chain development. Okay. The another objective is to enhance economic integration. Remember, we are 55 countries, and these 55 countries somehow we develop 8 regional blocks, and from the 8 regional blocks, we are trying to have a single market. So we're trying to have a single market. That is the economic integration. We're trying to bring all of these countries together. Okay, so we now have a single African market, okay, for goods and services, so that our voice will be louder. We will have more economic power, okay, in the global arena. So the next one is stimulation of economic growth and development. Basically, that is for businesses. Okay, increased trade and investment. Okay, in terms of infrastructure, we just saw that one of the challenges is in terms of infrastructural development and investment, and this has because the environment, the African market before now was actually fragmented, but with this policy now, you can now navigate it because you now know what to expect. You now have a level playing ground, okay, for everybody. So with this, investors can now come in, okay, to invest. Then we look at fostering industrial development and economic diversification. Yes, away from predominant commodities, we are looking at diversifying into other areas, including technology, value addition, processed goods, product. We're trying to exploit, just diversify to other areas. You understand? Because at the end of the day, it's funny. Let's say, for instance, Ghana or Cote d'Ivoire, who are some of the largest world producers of cocoa, right? And then you have places like Swiss, and some other countries who has the best chocolate in the world, who do not even have a single cocoa tree. I don't want to say much. I hardly appears on television, so I don't talk much. I don't say what I'm supposed to say, because if we're going to call a spade, ordinarily, the largest producers should also be across the entire value chain, but it is not so. Okay, it is not so. So that's been a challenge, but with this framework, policy, law, we're trying to diversify. Then the next objective is regional value chain. Okay, I talk about regional value chain, where we can now interact. I can produce a product here up to 50% and move it to Angola. Angola produce up to 70% for that same product, and then move it to Chad, move it to Cameroon for us to have a whole product. It doesn't have to go to China. It doesn't have to go to, I don't have to go and produce in China or produce 70% in China to just come and couple it here in Africa. No. We want to be able to grow it here, produce it here into a finished goods, export among ourselves once we are okay, and start exporting outside the country. Okay. So these are some of the objectives. Of course, promote regional value chain and economic transformation, and then support SMEs. businesses, support startup, and all of that. Just mention, there's actually a protocol that addresses this. Maybe during question and answer, we're going to dig more on this. We have protocol, AFCFTA protocol on women and youth in trade that actually talks about participation and inclusion of women and youth, women-led businesses, youth-led businesses, okay, to see how they can take full advantage of this huge market opportunity. Trying to see if I can round up before 1. We started by 1:25. Next is promotion of sustainable development and inclusive growth. Okay, so overall, the FCFTA represents a significant step towards realize the vision of a more prosperous, integrated, and dynamic African continent, driven by trade, investment, and economic cooperation among its own nation. So in other words, AFCFTA is talking about African business, and one word for AFCFTA is business. African business trade agenda. We're looking at an agenda, a policy developed by Africans for Africans and for the prosperity of Africans. Let's go. Okay, yeah, briefly, the protocol, we have protocol on trading goods. This addresses trading goods. There are over close to 6,000 range of products. We're talking about product value chain, product verticals, range of products that you can trade under the AFCFTA. Right, and this protocol addresses all of those products and everything regarding those products in terms of tariff, elimination, talked about trade liberalization, rules that governs, okay, in order eligibility for these products, for you to enjoy preferential trade treatments and all of that. That's trading goods. Then we have trading services. There are about 12 category sector services that the FCFTA seek to liberalize. Talking about liberalization, we're talking about removing barriers, creating a common market, right, among the flow, the movement of these services. Okay, we have key, but among these, you have key priority service, which include businesses and professional services, telecommunication, financial services, transportation, and also digital services, which I just mentioned before now, holds over 16 trillion US dollars market potential. Please don't forget that. So we have protocol on investment. So this means you would not have to be an Angolan or have to be a Chadian for you to be able to invest in Angola. You will not have to be a South African for you to be, you don't have to be a Moroccan for you to be able to invest on business in Morocco. No, for the fact that you are an African, you will be able to hold and run businesses, companies in any African country, especially those who are signatories to this agreement. So this investment deals addresses all of that. Then we have protocol on intellectual property, right? I think when I joined, we were just talking about intellectual property, which I'm sure that we have discussed already before now. But this is the protocol under AFCFTA that governs, that regulates intellectual property regarding patent, trademark, copyright, and industrial design, geographical indications, and all of you know this. Recently, wasn't during this week, we sent a very huge deal. Okay, there are many ways to enter into a foreign market through franchise. You can enter through joint venture. You can enter. There's so many ways that you can enter. Okay, as an authorized representative and all of that. So we've just signed a very huge franchise deal, but that's under education. Actually, I just mentioned that for you to understand the importance of what we're talking about intellectual property rights. So it means brand businesses that you have always loved, you have always wanted to do business with them, you have always, so you can actually obtain a franchise, okay, to run and operate that business, that brand in your country. But this is the protocol that regulates all of that in terms of the trademark, copyright, and all of that. Okay. There's a protocol for that. Then there's a protocol on competition policy, okay, to break monopoly. Even some of these commodities, cocoa beans, for instance. Do you know that during the course of my research, during the course of my career, I found out that some of these, there are cartels, there are cabals in some of these commodities that even if you want to buy, you have the money, they won't sell to you. They won't sell because there's just a lot of protectionism. There's just a lot of discrimination, and not just only that, it happens everywhere. Okay, so we've had situation where a very huge product brand decide to take over the whole market, that space. So you are not able, you want to invest there, you want to do business there, you are just an upcoming whatever. Market access will be very difficult. Operating license, for them to accredit you, for you to have the license, it's not just there because they don't want you to come into that market space. They want to dominate. They want to take over the entire market. We will have some Africans that were collaborating with some foreigners to frustrate Africans, so that Africans will not be able to, some businesses will not be able to come into that market because they want foreigners to take over that market at the exploit, at the detriment of we Africans. Things are happening as well. But with this protocol on competition policy, it will address monopolies, restrictive business practices, and all of that. It will address it so that no one person can overshadow every other person and muzzle everybody out of that space. No. So that's this protocol. Away from this, and then there's a protocol on the dispute settlement. In business, settlements, dispute will always, so this protocol addresses that. Then there are two protocols I didn't put here. Very crucial protocol. We have the protocol on digital trade, and we have the protocol on women and youth in trade. It was recently adopted, and that protocol currently is live. Though it's still a draft, the draft has been adopted. So with that protocol, as a startup, as an early stage entrepreneur, as an established entrepreneur or mature entrepreneur, or as a woman, or as a youth-led or youth-serving organization, that protocol protects you, it gives you the right and how you can navigate the market, the complexities, okay, across Africa under the AfCFTA. And this is the last slide quickly. Institutional framework of the AfCFTA. The first one is you have the Assembly of African Union Head of State and Government. This is one of the framework in terms of institutions, who to go and see, who to go and meet. You have the Council of Ministers. You have the AfCFTA Secretariat itself that coordinate the implementation among party states. You have the Committee of Senior Trade Officials, Technical Working Group. But where I'm coming to is the National AfCFTA Coordination Committees. These are the National Implementation Committees. So your starting point, away from your Federal Ministry of Trade, Investment, or Federal Ministry of Commerce and Industry, look out for National Implementation Committee in your country. So this is the institution that is saddled with the responsibility of domesticating AfCFTA in your country. This is the committee that is saddled, usually is under the Federal Ministry of Trade and Industry, or it could be actually a standalone, depending on how it's composed in your country. So this is a committee that handles all of that is also trying to address the issue of participation and inclusion for businesses, youth, SMEs, women, startup, okay, in terms of full participation in the AfCFTA implementation strategy, talking about the gains, opportunities, and impact of the AfCFTA. So I think, let me stop here, okay, for now, and probably during question and answer, we are going to be able to take more and digress into some areas, okay? So thank you very much. Let's move on to our question and answer now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Evans Sedebo, for that wonderful and sufficient explanation, most especially on the doings of AfCFTA you've actually taken us through all what they really do and all what we need to know about them. And you even still gave us a whole lot of insights. There were some things you were saying on the corner. I was like, hey, so these things are happening, talking about the cabals and how other Africans are the one against other Africans not to actually saturate or go into a particular line of business, trying to connive with foreigners to not allow other persons going to. And at some point, we keep saying we Africans need to do better to ourselves. We actually need to help ourselves out instead, not to paint our images bad outside. The more you talk about other Africans bad, the more they look at you as yourself as a bad person. So thank you very much for those sufficient lectures on the operations of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. So right about now, I would like us to take questions before we go to our next guest speaker, Mrs. Just Momoibe. So I would like to take questions from the audience for Mr. Evan Sedebo. So if you have a question, you can just either you signify, then I'll give you the mic, or you chat, you put it in the chat box. So questions, please.
I do have.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Evans. Thank you so much for that explanation. How, for example, now, if I want to enter the central region now, how do I go about it? Is it that I just go on I wait for just a factor, or there are ways I can go about it? How do I do that? How do I do that, sir? Not necessarily as investment, but I just want to partner with locals to push my products in that region. How do I go about it? Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. In each of these regions, there are markets regulators, there are gatekeepers. There are regulators and there are gatekeepers. And at the ECAS level, you have gatekeepers there. You have market regulators. And these market regulators, they are the institutions that have created market access, procedures and criteria for you to be able to do business with any of the ECAS member states. Now, there are two things. Let me quickly mention two things here. Number one, you have individual countries in ECAS. Individual countries. So individual countries like Angola, for instance, individual countries like Chad, for instance, individual countries like Democratic Republic of Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, Rwanda, etc. These are individual countries, who by themselves are sovereign nations, sovereign countries who have their own trade policies and trade law as a country. Then away from individual countries, now you have a level of them that have come together to create ECAS, who are members of ECAS. So, and then before you have the FCFTA, basically talking about entire Africa. Now, if you are coming to ECAS, the first thing is for us to determine, do you want to pass through the gateway of ECAS to access the region, or do you have a particular market within ECAS that you are looking at? So these are what we will have to look into, in order for us to know the market gatekeepers, or the gateway, or the implementation authority, or the institutions that we would have to relate. And then you also have Pan-African institutions operating within this region, either in this region and also in this individual member country, like Afreximbank, for instance. There is bank now for intra-African trade and export, which has its own annex in Rwanda, for instance. Rwanda, You understand? So you have Pan-African institutions, you have regulatory authorities like that. So we will have to determine, do you have a particular market that you want to go into? And the best way, the best approach to actually go about it is to narrow it down to a particular market that you want to go into. Because at the end of the day, if we're looking at coming into ECAS, for instance, for business purpose or whatever, it is either we're coming to Angola at the end of the day, or we're coming to Burundi, or we're coming to Cameroon, Central Africa, so each of these countries. Now, having identified the markets, right, that we're actually coming to, we will now have to identify, how do I come in terms of market access? Which of the policy or which of the law do I leverage to access this market? Of course, that would depend on your product and service. That would depend on the kind of investment that you want to do in ECAS region. You understand? And to be very honest, as I speak now, the best advice I can give to anyone is to come in through AFCFTA. Yeah, is to come in through AFCFTA. So if you are coming through AFCFTA, so it means you are going to be dealing directly with the member state that is a signatory to AFCFTA. So if we are coming to Rwanda, for instance, which also happens to be a member of ECAS, right, and you're coming through AFCFTA, and of which Rwanda is a signatory to AFCFTA, not only a signatory, Rwanda has ratified the agreement. Not only ratified the agreement, Rwanda is currently trading under the AFCFTA policy. You understand? So you cannot just come to ECAS now to assess this, leveraging on the AFCFTA policy to assess ECAS region. Because whereas AFCFTA, you have better chances. You have a lot of support in terms of funding, in terms of technical support, in terms of tools, in terms of resources, in terms of even the brand. A whole lot. You have a lot as a woman-led, as a women-led business or intervention, initiative program and everything. I think you have the better chances is when we come to ECAS leveraging on AFCFTA. AFCFTA is much more elaborate, the tools and provisions and resources. You have African Bank support, you have African Development Bank support, you have African Union support, AFCFTA secretarial support. Is a lot much easier for you. And of course, is a bigger brand, right, in terms of markets, in terms of value, in terms of the visibility, in terms of and all of that. So the best within this contest, I would suggest coming into ECAS, leveraging AFCFTA to assess market in ECAS. Okay, but again, we'll have to do market research based on your product, on your services, and then we have an execution plan, we have an export plan or execution strategy and all of that. But it becomes a lot more easier if we come in leveraging AFCFTA to assess the market. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir, for the wonderful response. I hope you are always satisfied, Abiola Odesonya, with the response. So I guess this should be a leverage for every one of us. Like once we're able to work on AFCFTA, we should be able to saturate that market so well. Like there are a lot of countries that, he said only Eritrea is the only country that is being independent out of it for now. So we need to actually work on that as entrepreneurs to actually enter and enjoy the African market as a whole. So thank you very much, Mr. Evans Edebo, for giving out your wonderful time and resources. Like I really enjoyed every slide of it, especially with you explaining the operations of AFCFTA one by one, bit by bit. Thank you very much for that wonderful expertise. And on behalf of TAS, we are saying thank you for giving us everything that we needed for actually this wonderful symposium. God bless you, sir. So right about now, we'll be going to our last guest speaker, and that will be our president. She'll be taking us for the Western region. So I would quickly take a bio. Then after that, she takes over the microphone and we continue for the Western region in Africa. Just Omomoibe is a multifaceted and visionary business leader with a critical focus on rebuilding the African economy through entrepreneurship, education, youth, and trade. She is a research-driven, persistent, and determined economic growth and development consultant and a lead consultant at the Just eBay company with a key focus on sales, marketing, business communications, sustainable economic development, and digital strategy. With over 8 years of experience as a banker working alongside SMEs to deploy marketing and sales strategies, Just Omomoibe has dedicated her mission in life to building and developing the next set of entrepreneurs by enabling them to perform at their peak, which would also aid them in rebuilding the African economy. Just Omomoibe is the founder and president of the Association of African Startups, a Pan-African organization that focuses on equipping African entrepreneurs with the required skills to build sustainable businesses and with upcoming membership presence in 55 African countries. Just Omomoibe is a certified sustainable development expert from the International Business Management Institute, a certified behavioral economy and marketing psychology expert, a certified economic growth and development expert, and a certified government economic policy expert. She serves as the principal chair of the Global Advisory Board of the Global Africa Leadership Council, amongst many others. She is popularly referred to by all as the African icon. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, I present to you our very own African icon, also the president of TAS. Please make welcome Mrs. Just Omomoibe. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you for such a fantastic time together. And thank you, Mr. Evans. I had that opportunity to listen to your presentation and it was beautiful to listen to. Thank you so very much for bringing color and value to our symposium this year. And just to sort of reiterate again, Happy Africa Day to all our distinguished Africans here in Africa and in diaspora. Indeed, you are men and women who the world is waiting as the next frontier. And we know that as you begin to indeed enter into new phases of prosperity, the world will come and learn from that which Africa has begun to create and continue to create as touching every area of interaction on this continent. So now on to the order of today's conversation, the business policies and laws for the West African region. I'll sort of just start by just reading a preamble. Business law is a section of code that is involved in protecting liberties and rights, maintaining order, and establishing standards for business concerns and their dealings within government agencies and individuals. So every nation must define a set of regulations and policies and laws for business organizations and their responsibility of the business owners, so that indeed they are able to together create the kind of business environment and create the kind of businesses that they want to see in their regions. And so, as touching the West African region, we are going to be discussing 4 business laws / policies that are covered in this region. Especially in West Africa, we have Nigeria, Ghana, Senegal, the Gambia. And these 4 business laws / policies, we're going to start with the fiscal and taxation policy. There's no nation that can achieve economic stability without fiscal policy. Fiscal policy is required for economic growth and stabilization. It can be used to control the production and consumption of particular goods, services, and products. And so fiscal policy is the use of the government spending and taxation to influence the economy of a nation. Governments typically use fiscal policy to promote strong and sustainable growth and reduce poverty. The role and objectives of fiscal policy is usually to gain prominence, especially during economic crisis. And so, as entrepreneurs, it's important that we recognize that the fiscal policies in every nation, it influences the aggregate output and employment by raising the level of infrastructure spending. I don't want to talk about a lot of technical jargon, but let me go to how this affects you and I as entrepreneurs as we go further into this conversation. Taxation policies refers to the guidelines and principles established by a government for the imposition and collection of taxes. It encompasses both macroeconomic and microeconomic aspects. The reason why I'm giving these definitions is so that those of us who may not be familiar with these terms are able to truly just familiarize ourselves with these terms. Then monetary policy. Monetary policy involves the central bank's effort to control how much money is circulating and the cost of borrowing it, what you may call interest rates. So the purpose of setting all of that's what monetary policy is. Monetary policy aims at achieving price stability, full employment, and economic growth, exchange rate stability, balance of payments equilibrium, and many more. There's also immigration policy, there's business regulation laws and policies within the continent. So I'm going to now go straight into just reading out what these policies are. For Nigeria, the business registration laws in Nigeria. The primary law governing businesses in Nigeria is the Company and Allied Matters Act 2020, which is what we call CAMA 2020. It was signed into law on the 7th of August 2020. It deals with the various types of company structure, the eligibility and the process of business registration, the rules of the operation, the regulatory body charged with implementing the provisions of the CAMA Act in Nigeria is the Corporate Affairs Commission, what you call CAC. And these are the following steps to establishing a business in Nigeria. Remember, this conversation is about showing us exactly the policies and the laws in each region for ease of penetration and ease of doing business. So, in order to establish a business in Nigeria, you first register the company. In order to register the company, the government agency in charge of company registration, which is CAC, what they do is they must first, in registering the company, a foreign company or business must first have a minimum share capital of 10 million naira. The law does not mandate that this capital should be paid up at the point of registration. The shareholders of the company subscribers or the company subscribers can pay the capital or part of it to their company's bank account after the entire business setup process is completed. So it is also a requirement of the law that every new company in Nigeria must be composed of a minimum of 2 directors and 2 shareholders. A foreign entity that is registered in Nigeria who does not have the required 2 people to act as directors may appoint a nominee director who is a Nigerian citizen for the purpose of meeting up with the statutory requirements amongst other purposes. And that's the first stage of registration. The second is registration with NIPC. NIPC is a statutory body that promotes foreign investment in Nigeria. The commission registers any company with foreign participation and issues its certificate to such a company. The major requirement for registration with NIPC is the incorporation document for the registered company, and the commission will also seek additional details concerning the nature of the business and the capital to be imported for the purpose of that particular business. Number 3, or what you may call the C part of registering a business in Nigeria, tax registrations. Every new company must register with the Federal Inland Revenue Service, what you may call FIRS, or the Tax Clearance Certificate, what you call TCC, the Tax Identification Number, TIN, and the Value Added Tax Number, which is VAT. The Tax Identification Number will enable the company to remit its taxes. Moreover, every other government organization processing any document for this new company or its directors in future may also demand the evidence of the company's tax clearance certificates. Now, D part, when you're registering a company in Nigeria, business permit. Every new company wholly named by foreigners must apply to the Ministry of Interiors for a business permit. A company that is partly owned or controlled by a Nigerian citizen may not be subjected to this requirement. The Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, is the body conferred with the power in law to grant business permits and also to register companies with foreign investors and foreign participation. In addition to the business permits, where applicable, the business owner may also be required to get an expatriate quota or a combined expatriate registered residence permit and alien card. It's called SERPAC. And I'll say that one again. In addition to the business permit, so that means you're a foreigner coming into Nigeria, in addition to the business permits, you need what is called a SERPAC. A SERPAC is a combined expatriate residence permit and alien card, which serves as the work permit for every foreigner living or working in Nigeria. So once you have your SERPAC, then it gives you eligibility to do business or to even work in Nigeria as an expatriate or as a business owner. Now, in the fifth part, what we may call E, the different things you must do in order to register your business in Nigeria: export/import permits and licenses. Depending on the sector of the economy, any new company, either foreign owned or locally owned, may choose to engage in export or import. And so in order to do this, an additional permit or business license is required. For instance, any company that chooses to import any pharmaceutical or food products into Nigeria must obtain a permit or approval from the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC. And any company engaging in telecom services must obtain a license from the Nigerian Communication Commission, which is NCC. In the same vein, every company seeking to trade and export Nigerian mineral resources must obtain purchase or possess license and export permits from the Ministry of Mines and Steel Development. So the reason why we're breaking this down is because it depends on the kind of business you're trying to do in Nigeria. Different bodies are required for each of these registrations. So food and drug, NAFDAC, communications, NCC, mining, and mining, Ministry of Mines and Steel Development. To ease the process of registration and obtaining grants and permits, the NIPC established the One-Stop Investment Center, which houses 27 government agencies to provide fast-track services to investors during the business registration processes. What this means is that as an investor trying to come into Nigeria understand that there are different bodies participating in the different registrations you require. So what they did was create a one-stop investment center called OSIC. What this OSIC does is it houses 27 government agencies whose jobs are to provide fast-track services to investors during business registration process. What this goes to say about Nigeria as a country is we make the investment environment very easy for our investors who are coming in, okay? And so the objective of this center is to simplify business entry processes by removing administrative and regulatory bottlenecks pertaining to doing business in Nigeria. So the participating agencies at the OSIC includes NIPC, the CAC, FIRS, Nigerian Immigration Service, the Nigerian Customs Service, the Nigerian Office for Technology Acquisition and Promotion, and several other regulatory bodies. A number of incentives are available to investors who choose to establish a business presence in Nigeria, some of which are outlined below. Number one, so what we're doing with today's conversation is to sort of encourage investors to come into the country because we have created a platform or a body that enables them have entry without administrative or political bottlenecks. And so these are some of the incentives of doing business in Nigeria. Number one, full repatriation of capital, which is foreign investors are guaranteed the right to fully repatriate their capital and profits to foreign jurisdictions, provided the capital is imported through authorized dealers with the required certificates of capital importation obtained. Investors are assured of the freedom to move their assets and capital whenever the need arises without the risk of expropriation by the Nigerian government. Number two, incentives available to investors who choose to establish their business presence in Nigeria. Tax reliefs. Various tax incentives are made available to foreign-owned companies in Nigeria. Companies engaged in wholly agricultural activities, for example, are entitled to carry forward unutilized capital allowances indefinitely. What this means is that a 95% capital allowance is enjoyed in the year a qualifying expenditure is incurred by an agriculture or an agro-allied company. An agricultural credit guarantee scheme fund also exists to provide guarantees on the payment of interest and principal in respect of the loans granted by any bank for the purpose of doing business. As we go further down, other advantages or incentives, pioneer status. Pioneer status is a tax holiday which grants qualifying industries and products relief from payment of corporate income tax for an initial period of 3 years. And it's also extendable for 1 or 2 additional years. Pioneer status is granted to companies who operate in specific industries like the agricultural, mining, quarrying, manufacturing industries, etc. Because we recognize that most times when you start this sort of businesses, you don't become profitable immediately. So we give you that level of allowance. Number 4, double taxation reliefs. Nigeria has set up a number of double taxation reliefs for the benefit of foreign investors to ensure multiple payment of tax on the same income is prevented in more than one jurisdiction. When a foreign resident in Nigeria has paid foreign tax on an income derived from a treaty partner in Nigeria, the article on elimination of double taxation in the tax treaty and section, I don't want to go reading all of this, but I'll avail this document. What they're trying to say, or what we're trying to say here, is that as you do business in Nigeria, systems have been put in place to eliminate double taxation within the different jurisdictions that you do your business. So if you have presence in maybe 14 states in Nigeria, systems have been put in place to prevent a double taxation on your corporate income as an organization, irrespective of the different states where you do your business within the country. Okay, so moving forward to the taxation policy in Nigeria. In Nigeria, one of the things we have begun to see is that there's been significant changes in recent times as far as our taxation laws in Nigeria. The taxation laws in Nigeria is enforced in 3 tiers of government: the federal, the state, and the local. Each of them, they clearly have their sphere spelled out to them. You see, so as you go through it, we'll see that there's a capital gains tax, there's a company income tax, and there's also the value added tax. There's the education tax, there's also the double taxation agreements / treaties, and so let me quickly just touch on them, each of them very briefly. I would avail this document as part of the resource that will be made available. So for the capital gain tax, this actually accrues on an actual year basis, and it pertains to all gains accruing to a taxpayer from the sale or lease or transfer of proprietary rights in a chargeable interest, which is subject to capital gains tax of 10%, right? For company income tax, this is collected by FRS. So remember I said earlier that it's divided into 3 tiers. We have the federal, we have the states, we have the local government. But the company income tax is taken by the federal, which is FRS. It's a 30% tax charge on profits made by companies registered in Nigeria. Okay, this includes all sources of income of the company. So this is going to be charged for companies. Remember, it's called company income tax, 30% tax on profits made by the companies registered in Nigeria. New companies are expected to file their returns within 18 months from the date of incorporation, or not later than 6 months after the end of its accounting period, or what you may call its financial year. The next is the value added tax. This was introduced by the VAT decree in 1993 to replace the old sales tax. What this does is the VAT tax as at today is at a flat rate of 7.5 and 7.5 on all invoiced amount of taxable goods and services. That means every person who does business in Nigeria, as long as you're issuing an invoice to a person, a VAT must be taken, which is 7.5 tax. Okay, and this is also collected by the Federal Board of Inland Revenue. Then the education tax. The education tax of 2% on accessible profit is imposed on all companies incorporated in Nigeria. This tax is viewed as a social obligation placed on all companies in ensuring that they contribute their own quota in developing educational facilities in the country. The funds generated are used for rehabilitation, restoration, and consolidation of tertiary education in Nigeria. So, monetary policies in Nigeria. Monetary policy in the Nigerian context, we have talked about that earlier. The monetary policy rate in Nigeria, this is like the price tag the central government puts, or the central bank puts on borrowing money. It is a special rate that influences how expensive or cheap it is to get a loan, and it's often a reflection of the state of the economy. I'm sure we all know this. The central bank adjusts the MPR to either slow down things when prices rise too quickly, which is inflation, or to help the economy grow. By increasing the MPR, what happens is they make borrowing more expensive, which can help control inflation. I honestly do not want to bore you with all of this, but it's important that I share this for the purposes of those who want to indeed come and do business in Nigeria. So you see everything at a glance, what Nigeria looks like on paper, and then it equips you to make your decisions as a business owner or as a potential investor in this nation. Now, moving very quickly. If you're going to come do business in Nigeria, it's important that you also understand the immigration laws, because you're going to have to come in. The Immigration Act of 2015 is the main legislation governing immigration in Nigeria. This act outlines the requirements for obtaining visas, permits, and other forms of immigration documentation. It also sets out penalties for violation of immigration laws, such as illegal entry, overstaying, and conducting business without proper documentation. The Nigerian immigration laws are regulated by the Nigerian Immigration Service. This agency enforces immigration laws and regulations to ensure compliance. The categories of immigration documents in Nigeria include visitor's visa, work permits, resident permits, temporary work permits, emergency entry visas, and business visas. The business visa in Nigeria, there are various types of short visas used in Nigeria. Number one, frequently traveled executive visa. This is usually for people who frequently travel into Nigeria for businesses. They're people of international repute. The investment for this category of visa is $250,000. Right? And then there's single entry visa. For those who wish to visit Nigeria for business, meeting, conference, seminar, and all of that, this is for them, single entry visa. Then for the investor visa for SMEs, it's called the Category 3A visa. It is issued to potential small business enterprise or small business enterprise investors who wish to invest in Nigeria. It is valid for not more than 90 days from the date of issuance. There's also an investor visa Category 3B. Okay, this is also issued to those who intend to invest in Nigeria. The validity is also 90 days. And it goes on and on the different categories. There's 3C, there's 3D, there's 3E. These documents will be made available for those who indeed want to enter into this country to do business. Okay, the Nigerian government has also established several policies and procedures related to immigration. These include the visa on arrival policy. It allows foreigners to obtain visas upon arrival at Nigerian airports, and the ECOWAS free movement policy, which allows citizens of ECOWAS member states to freely move within member states without visas. Even though we know that Africa is a work in progress. So even when you do experience some bottlenecks, this is where we're going as a continent. Now we've talked about Nigeria, we're going to talk about Ghana briefly, and then maybe talk about one other country if we do have the time. If not, we're just going to conclude here. Now for Ghana, the business registration in Ghana, the laws governing the establishment of business in Ghana are provided in the Companies Act 2019, Act 992, the Incorporated Private Partnership Act 1962, and the Business Name Act 1962. The process of establishing business in Ghana is as follows. Number one, you register with the Registrar General's Department. As an investor, whether you're a Ghanaian or a foreigner who desires to establish a resident business entity, you have to register with the Registrar of Companies. This registration may be done under one of the laws mentioned above, except where the entity is to operate in the country as a representative of a non-resident business entity. Non-resident business entities do not go through the process of incorporation, but simply they submit the required documents to the Registrar of the Companies for registrations as an external company. And after registration, they obtain their certificate of incorporation and their TIN number. They also obtain their company regulation and their certificate to commence business. The minimum foreign equity required in ED to start a business in Ghana is $200,000 for joint ventures with a Ghanaian partner having not less than 10% equity participation. Then $500,000 for 100% foreign ownership. Then $1 million for trading activity with a minimum of 20 skilled Ghanaians employed by such enterprise. The second step is to register with the GIPC. The investor then registers with the GIPC after paying the relevant fees for the process to be completed. This process takes about 5 statutory working days to complete, provided the registration forms and all the supporting documents are in order. Wholly owned Ghanaian company enterprises are encouraged to register with GIPC to benefit from the incentive provided by the GIPC. Number 3, registration with the Ghana Revenue Authority. All enterprise must register directly with the Ghana Revenue Authority for purposes of fulfilling statutory tax obligations. All businesses, whether sole proprietorships, partnerships, or incorporations, are obligated to register with GRA for taxation purposes. Then taxation policies in Ghana. There's the corporate income tax as well. There's the communication service tax as well. There's the value added tax as well. And there's the capital gains tax as well. Now for the monetary policies in Ghana, the Monetary Policy Committee established by the Bank of Ghana Act in 2002, it is in charge of formulating and implementing policy in the areas of money, banking, and credit to promote and preserve monetary stability. In exceptional times and under unusual circumstances, the MPC may announce additional macroprudential policy measures in addition to its regular interest rate decision. These measures usually involve the utilization of other monetary policy tools, such that is at the disposal of the central bank, as it is with most countries within the continent of Africa. Now, moving on quickly, the immigration policy in Ghana. The Ghanaian Immigration Service is the agency under the Ministry of Interior responsible for advising and ensuring the effective implementation of all the laws and regulations pertaining to immigration and related issues. The Ghanaian Immigration Service is mandated to regulate and monitor entry, residence, employment, and exit of all foreigners and citizens. The 2 main legislations which govern the country's visa regime are the Immigration Act 2000 and the Immigration Regulations 2001. In Ghana, there are 2 broad categories of visas: those issued outside Ghana and those issued in Ghana. Visas issued in any of Ghana's 56 diplomatic missions abroad cover single or multiple journeys for a period between 6 months to 5 years. While visas issued in Ghana, on the other hand, include transit visas, emergency entry visas, visa on arrival, and re-entry visas. The visa policy in Ghana seeks to facilitate and regulate the entry of visa nationals in order to determine their eligibility to enter the country under the immigration laws before they set out. Some countries in West Africa, which is ECOWAS member states, and some other countries in Africa, they're exempt from obtaining a visa before entering Ghana. So I want to quickly also speak about Senegal. So I'm just touching on some of the countries within West Africa. Business registration in Senegal. Commercial companies are governed in Senegal by the Uniform Act on Commercial Companies and Economic Interest Groups, which was published in 30th January 2014. In Senegal, company law is subject to the Organization for the Harmonization of Business Law in Africa. And as we go further down, we see that There is the Business Creation Office in Senegal. The organization responsible for business operations in Senegal is the National Agency for the Promotion of Investments and Major Projects, APIX. It is a government agency responsible for promoting national and foreign investments and facilitating the implementation of major infrastructure projects in the country. The APIX works closely with the companies and investors to facilitate the realization of investment projects and encourage the economic development of Senegal. The Business Creation Office is a branch of APIX whose main objective is to help entrepreneurs in their business of formalizing their activities within 48 hours. Some ministries and bodies of the Senegalese administration, which is the Ministry of Justice, the ANSD, the Ministry of Labor, Social Dialogue and Relations with an OAPI, are represented at the level of this office, and all of them are essential for the creation of business of the company. Remember how in Nigeria, an OSIX was created that houses 27 bodies. Senegal has that level of arrangement also that brings in specific ministries together for the ease of business creation. In Senegal, there are 8 mandatory formalities for the incorporation of companies in Senegal. Number 1, production of an extract from the criminal record or a sworn affidavit filled in and signed by the manager. Number 2, drawing up notarial deeds. Number 3, deposits of the founding capital with the notary of the bank. This is done after the availability of the company name, or after the availability of the company name has been confirmed in court. Number 4, registration of articles of association. Number 5, registration with the Trade and Personal Property Credit Register. Number 6, registration with numero the identification national des enterprise. That's in French. Basically, what this means is registration with the body that's in charge of obtaining a tax identification number. They just interpreted that in French. Number 7, declaration of opening of establishment to the Labor Inspectorate. Number 8, publication of the Journal of Legal Notices for companies. Now you see that we're diverse countries within the West African region. Despite our similarities, you see that the system of entry for each nation, it just differs a bit. And it's important that we understand it as business owners who are trying to enter into the continent to do business. Now, moving on to tax policies in Senegal. Every business operating in Senegal must include a directory of taxpayers, establishments, and associations that provide him with statutory identification so that his administrative procedures can be easily facilitated. So the different kinds of taxes that exist in Senegal, also the VAT. While the VAT in Nigeria is 7.5%, in Senegal it is 18%. The corporate income tax in Senegal is 10%, in Nigeria is also 10%. The capital gains tax in Nigeria is 30%, it's also 30% in Senegal. Withholding tax in Senegal is 20% withholding tax on remuneration paid for services, which includes royalties rendered by a foreign individual or foreign company. 5% withholding tax on remuneration paid for services rendered by a resident individual. Then 10% withholding tax on dividends distributed. 13% on withholding tax on bond interest. 8% withholding tax on deposits or guaranteed interest on accounts with banks. 16% withholding tax on other revenues, notably interest on loans. Now, there's also something called local economic contribution in Senegal. Special regime operators of port facilities are subject as part of their local economic contribution to a single tax of 1% of their turnover in the year preceding the year of taxation. What this means is, what is called the local economic contribution is that every company that has anything to do in the ports, they're subjected to 1.5% of their annual turnover to develop or to develop the local economy. And when you say 1%, 1.5% of their turnover in the year preceding the year of taxation is usually before the financial year. So 1.5% of your annual turnover is deducted to be able to help the economy grow. Because if you are doing business around the ports, you'll recognize that there's a lot of impending damage to that local environment. And you see that in every nation where there are ports, where there's the ships, there's the ship security, there's the rental value of premises, there are the locations outside the port area, and all the different things going on within areas that businesses that do anything around the port authorities. So that's what's called local economic contribution for the country of Senegal. In this document, there's a breakdown of each of them. It's a lot of calculations. You can have that in the document as part of what we have discussed. Then, moving forward, still Senegal, monetary policy in Senegal. There's the interest rate policy. This is implemented through the central bank's refinancing windows. It's focused on the steering of the short-term interest rates on the money market. Steering of the interest rate is carried out through an open market and refinancing transactions on the marginal lending window. I'm not going to bore you with all of this. There's also, aside from the interest rate policy, there's the required reserve mechanism. There's required reserve mechanism is a tool that is used by the body that is usually, let me just quickly explain this so that let me don't glance through it. For the interest rate policy in Senegal, the central bank is the one in charge. How the central bank does it is that it has a regulatory body called the BCEAO that is used to indeed create their price stability. Now, the way they do it is that they go to the open market and they call for transactions, they call for bidding, and the interest rates applicable on that lending window, right? They are usually set by the Monetary Policy Committee. And for the country of Senegal is at this time between 2.50 to 3.50, right? So the BCEAO is the body responsible for all of these transactions within the market. Now, the required reserve mechanism is the tool that the BCEAO uses to enhance effectiveness of the interest rate policy within this country. So that means that this tool allows for either a reduction or the expansion of the credit distribution capacity of the banking system. This is a lot. Let me just move on very quickly, since I'm speaking to entrepreneurs, not those in the capital market. Now, immigration policy in Senegal. Senegal does not possess a national immigration strategy or policy. The government of Senegal is working with the International Organization for Migration, IOM, for support in the establishment of a national migration policy, which will take into account a coherent and sustainable manner of all aspects linked to migration. Since its establishment in 1998, the IOM office in Dakar, Senegal, has been working with the government of Senegal and other stakeholders in the field of migration to address the challenges and opportunities presented by this body. So, the visa policy in Senegal. Visitors to Senegal require a visa unless they come from one of the visa-exempt countries, including all EU and ECOWAS countries, in which case they can stay visa-free in Senegal for up to 90 days. Visitors must, however, have passports that are valid for at least 6 months from the date of arrival, with at least one empty space or page for entry stamp. According to the Senegal diplomatic missions, you must obtain a Senegal visa from one of the Senegalese embassies or consulates abroad. The process may change depending on the country, but an outline of the application process is what I have listed here. You contact the Senegal embassy or consulate in your country to make an appointment and inquire about the specific requirements. You collect documents, you submit the application and documents, which can either be done in person or by post, then you wait for your visa to be processed. We're also now going to speak about the Republic of Gambia. So I took my time to talk about each of the countries in West Africa. I've talked about Nigeria, Ghana, Senegal, now the Gambia. Business registration in Gambia. Under the Business Registration Act of 1973, it is mandatory to register and obtain a certificate of registration or a certificate of incorporation when necessary before commencing a business in Gambia. The companies in the businesses in Gambia may be registered as a partnership, may be registered as a sole proprietorship, or it may be registered as a cooperative, a subsidiary, or other companies. The companies department under the Ministry of Justice is responsible for registering and issuing business and incorporation certificates for various categories of businesses, which includes companies and private limited companies, partnerships, sole proprietorships, charitable bodies, and all of them. The requirements for registering a business as a foreigner in the Republic of Gambia is number 1, memorandum and articles of association, a copy of the ID or passport of the shareholders, a copy of your TIN card for the company, a copy of the board of resolution or a power of attorney from the parent company, appointing an agent who is permanently resident in the Gambia. Then you now fill the application form CO38, registration fee of, registration fee is also captured here, 1,000 Gambian currency, and for incorporation fee, 5,000 Gambian currency. The Gambian Chamber of Commerce and Industry is a non-profit and private sector-driven organization that facilitates business development, promotes cross-border trade exhibition, and advances the business community interest. One of the things that you see that is very common in all the countries within West Africa is that in order to indeed invest or do any form of business within these countries, you need somebody who is a resident of the country to indeed be able to be there as an appointed person leading the company for you to do your investment within the country. There's also the taxation policies within the country of Gambia. There's the VAT, there's the capital gains tax. And let me just quickly read these figures out, just to sort of show a differentiation within each country, right? The VAT rate in the Gambia is 15%. Remember, in Senegal, the VAT rate is 7.5. I think in Nigeria it's 7.5, but in the Gambia it is 15%. The capital gains tax is 25% in the Gambia. In Senegal it is 30%. In Nigeria it is 30%. In Ghana it is 30%. Do you see? Then there's the corporate income tax, which is 27%. 27% in the Gambia. Then there's the national education levy, which is 0.75 in the Gambia. In Nigeria, it is 2%. Okay. Then the payroll tax. This is for the, in brackets, expatriate quota. It is also known as the expatriate quota tax. It's paid by the employer of a non-Gambian employee and is not recoverable by the employer from the employee. It is an annual payment made per employee for any company in the Gambia doing business. What this means is if you are a company coming into the Gambia to do business and you have employees that are expatriates meaning they are non-Gambian citizens, you must pay expatriate quota, which is their payroll tax every year to the government of the Gambia. It is not refundable to the employee, it is to the government. Okay, so very quickly, the immigration policy in the Gambia. We have visa policy in the Gambia. The current visa policy of the Gambia allows foreign nationals requiring a visa to either apply at the nearest Gambian embassy or in certain cases, obtain entry authorization with the condition of reporting to the Gambia Immigration Department within 48 hours of arrival. As a member of ECOWAS, you have the right to enter and exit without a visa, and you can reside visa-free in the Gambia for 90 days. Same thing with most of ECOWAS countries. So there are two types of visa in the Gambia. We have the entry visa. We also have the entry clearance visa. The entry clearance visa enables checks to be made on a passenger before traveling, and in some cases, it could facilitate you to be able to get a visa on entry or visa upon arrival, although it's usually not guaranteed. So it's advised that you get your entry visa because the entry clearance visa may give you access to the entry visa upon arrival, but it's not always guaranteed. Now, this is literally a breakdown of what it takes to do business in each of these countries within the West African region. But you see, the essence of today's conversation is to sort of show you at a glance Africa, at least from my own standpoint, West Africa. That's the essence of this conversation, to show you Africa at a glance, from my own standpoint, West Africa at a glance. Meaning, as an investor who wants to come in to do business within West Africa, what you need to know about each of the countries, their monetary policy, their taxation, their immigration, their businesses, or the length and breadth of operating as a business owner who will not indeed be hindered as far as doing business within West Africa. And I believe that this is what we hope to achieve across the different regions. As African entrepreneurs who are listening to me, I want you to have an understanding that Africa is at your tips, at your fingertips. The moment you see that each of these nations are penetratable with an understanding of what goes on there, it is easy for you to indeed be able to penetrate them. The information you have heard today should equip you to be able to look at your business today and say, in terms of expansion, in terms of market entry and penetration, in terms of doing big business at every level on the continent, I am able to do so because I now know Africa and its business environment at my fingertips, at least as touching to this symposium. Because of course you have access to it for a limited period of time. After a while, it's been taken off so that only those who are able to subscribe are able to have access to it. So it's important that you familiarize yourself with the different resources that would attach the resources to these teachings. I will attach, and I believe other speakers too, will please send your slide so that we can attach it to the different conversations we have had for every business owner who wants to go to do business within different part of Africa, and also investors who are looking to come from outside into the continent to do business. One of the things I truly want us to focus on as entrepreneurs, as we are talking about Africa Day today, is to say, we want investors into our continent, but what is most important for us as Africans is to understand what we bring to the table. And I'll explain what this means as we wrap up today. They say, yes, the foreigners may have money to bring into the continent, and whether they like it or not, they have to nominate somebody who is a resident in the country or in the continent for their businesses to indeed have a face and be able to indeed exist. But what you recognize, what you see a lot of times is the Africans who are on board these multinational companies are just figureheads. They have no say, they have no input, they have no value add. They are just there for the purpose of the foreigners existing. And that is the anomaly I want us to change today as Africans. That if an expatriate or an investor or a business owner is going to come into Africa to do business, the reason why they need your face or your name to be a part of their documentation is not simply because they want a permit. It should be that you have value that you bring to the table, and they see you immensely valuable, that without your input, they cannot do big business within the continent. That means you must familiarize yourself with everything required to really thrive in this continent, in your field, and as far as understanding the business environment of this continent. Specifically starting with your country, then your region, then you can now look at the big picture. That is why TAS put together this entire conversation to show you Africa at a glance, so that you can look at Africa as an African and see what it means to thrive in the different regions. And you can look at Africa as an expatriate or as a foreign investor and see what is required to indeed do business within this continent. I hope that this indeed has been extremely valuable for all of us who are here today. Don't just be a hearer. I want you to familiarize yourself with this thing so that in subsequent years to come, you and I will be the entrepreneurs who will indeed take Africa to the next frontier. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you very much, Ma, for that wonderful charge, especially at the ending of your lecture. The charge actually gave us a whole lot, seeing Africa at a glance, and not just being listeners alone. We should be doers. So I would want to quickly take questions from our guests. If there are questions for Mrs. Just Omomoibe, so we can take the question. Then you would also take the product launch again. So you would talk about the product launch before we have the closing remarks. So questions for Mrs. Just Omomoibe. Okay, we have no questions. I would like to sincerely appreciate you, despite you being the convener and the president of this wonderful initiative. You've done so well and so much justice to the Western region, seeing Western Africa again in a different light, talking about the kind of visas, talking about the regulatory authorities and those places we could actually go through to actually get what we want to have our business firm in the Western region of Africa. So I so much thank you. I so much appreciate you for everything you've done so much for we young startups in Africa at large, especially just covering all the 05 regions and gathering sponsors together to ensure we have a wonderful event today. So I would like you to take the product launch before I call on Adela Adesanya for closing remarks.
Thank you very much. So we have come gradually to the end of today, but we cannot end this without giving you an entrance into what you require to be able to really plug yourself as an African into the current ecosystem we have. What I mean by this is we are in the economy of education, intellectual property, leveraging that which you have so that others can be a part of what you have. What we did as the Association of African Startups was put together a program that allows you take what you carry currently inside you, turn it into a product that can indeed be taken from any region in the world, starting from your nation to Africa and to the world. That means you carry something that is valuable inside you. And all you need to do is, as you take this program, you see how to indeed take the intellectual property inside you and be able to trade that intellectual property to nations of the world that will indeed value what you carry and place a premium on it. So that means if you're an entrepreneur who is looking at how many years of experience you've had, or the mistakes you have made and you don't want others to make, or the new things you have learned that changed your business radically, and you're thinking of helping others who need this wherever they are, this is the time to jump on this program, because you too will be able to take this program and turn what is inside you already, whether your business mistakes, your business learnings, the associations that have helped you, the connections that have helped you, the kind of pitch programs that have helped you, you're able to turn them into resources that you can trade across your nation, this continent, and the world. Your intellectual property is the one thing that is borderless. Yes, you are borderless, your business is borderless, but your intellectual property is so borderless. It's so easily borderless. What that means is there are infrastructures, technological infrastructures that can take what you currently carry and move it from you to anywhere in the world. All you need to do is avail yourself to indeed create them. And that's what we have created for you in the Association of African Startups, to help you move from a 0 to 100, taking your intellectual property to the world. Already, the program is in itself worth 100,000 naira. But what we have done is create a 48-hour discount at 70% for those who want to take their intellectual property to the world. Those who want to take their mistakes, their learnings, their experiences, the breakthroughs they have found in businesses, those who want to take it and share with others through a learning mechanism. This is that program you can jump on now to prepare you for indeed a world that can put a premium on your intellectual property and make you indeed a profitable entrepreneur. I believe that every entrepreneur, whether you sell products or you sell services, one of the things that we as Africans must and should do is put a premium on our intellectual property. What we know is what others are looking for, even in your community, in this nation, in this continent, and in the world. Put a premium on it by taking this intellectual property course today. We didn't stop there. We put other valuable additions there for you, so that when you go through the entire models, you go through the entire course, there are other courses that would help you easily turn what you carry inside you into products and services that the world can place a premium on. The link to be able to enroll for the next 48 hours at a 70% discount. That means if you're on this call today, you get it at 30,000 naira, I think, which is about $20. I hope I get that right. It's about $20 only within 48 hours. After that, it goes back to its price of $100 within the next 48 hours. So indeed, participate in this. Click the link that has been shared in the community, the 70% discount link within 72 hours, so that you too can take what you carry inside you and put it and be able to trade it intellectually across different regions. Thank you so much for having me, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, my amen to the prayers. Like I kept saying after every product launch, please let's try to key into this worth of knowledge. Currently, there's a 70% discount, so let's try as much as possible to key into it. Wonderful reviews I've read when I clicked on the link, and I believe every one of us would gain wonderful knowledge from it. It has to do with intellectual property. So before I call on Abiola Adesoya to take the closing remarks, I would like to once again thank our sponsors for the 2024 TAS Symposium, Africa Economic Advancement. I will firstly want to thank Sahara Ventures, also the Office of Nkondisi Gumede, who was also our first guest speaker, PABL Solutions. Special thanks to the Northern Region speakers, TIP Fellowship, the Just eBay Company, and also the Association of African Startups, TAS itself. Thank you so much for headlining the sponsorship of this wonderful program and also putting this together and your wonderful resources for us to have a very resourceful and so much wonderful event today. So to bring this to an end, I would like to call on our CEO, Abiola Adesoya, to take us with the closing remarks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abiodun. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Wow. It has gradually come to a close, and I would want to say thank you. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to our partners. Thank you to the team working tirelessly to bring this together. Thank you to our lovely MC for doing this. Thank you. Thank you to you for joining, for participating, for waiting till the end. We want to say a very, very, very big thank you. Now, the one thing we want to do, or the one thing we want to achieve to do through this symposium, which is a yearly event, is to ensure you understand how to boost the economy of Africa. Remember, for those of us that were part of our first year, in our first year, we taught you how to engage CSR as a company, how to engage. We brought experts to teach you that, the resources also made available at the Institute. And this year, we are coming with this, demystifying the business policies that enhances the growth and productivity in the 5 regions. Now we understand that it's a lot to take in. That's why some of us might not be having questions now. So absorb it, or try and get the replay available, right, when we can. Go absorb it, go through it one by one, understand it. Then if you have questions, it's possible we can see how they can be attended to, because we understand that now you are just getting a lot of information. You have not maybe really been able to process it. But one thing I want us to understand is that you need strategy. Don't just, as we have seen with the different speakers that have come today to engage us, you have to understand what you want to do to know who to engage. So don't just come asking questions blindly. When I say blindly, without knowing what you want to do with it, because the first question will be, what are you trying to do with this information? So I'll be able to guide you. It's not just coming with big questions if you do have. So thank you so much. On behalf of the Association of African Startups, I want to say a very big thank you for making our 2024 edition glorious and glamorous like this. If you are not part of the TAS community and you want to be part of the community, you can join us via www.tasafrica.com/registration, or even if you fill the form, the feedback form, if you're not a member, it can take you there to become a member, where we do this regularly. We have so many events, so many programs to give you the resources needed to build profitable and sustainable businesses. And this is something you should take part of. We take pride in ensuring you get value. Our resources, some of which might be free, but you would understand that this is value. I would say it screams value, right? So endeavor to be part of the community. I want to use this opportunity to invite you to our TAS symposium that is coming up next month, right? We are going to teach you how to leverage technology to boost and grow your revenue. So please be part of it. It's also another free event. Ensure you're part of it. And then also want to, from July, we're going to continue back with our 2024 calendar year, academic year, which is teaching you how to multiply your businesses, how to put your businesses, how to expand your businesses. So ensure you are also part of it. With this, I want to say thank you, God bless you, and see you next year.
Thank you very much, Abiola Odesanya. On this note, I would like to say this, that as we depart, let us carry forth the spirit of inquiry and the commitment to actually put into action all these things we've put together today. So on behalf of the organizers, I extend my sincerest appreciation to our distinguished speakers, our engaged audience, and all those who have contributed to the success of this symposium. May our collective efforts pave the way for a brighter, more prosperous future for African entrepreneurs. Thank you so much, and farewell.